We are going live very shortly.
Okay.
So I can start sharing. 1 second, George.
No problem.
We are going co-host live very shortly. Okay, we'll stop that. I can start sharing. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? 1 second, George. We are done. Got that taken care of.
We got people in the waiting room.
Yep.
You want me to admit them?
I just did.
Okay.
Greetings, everyone.
Hello there.
There it is.
How are you?
Okay, warnings. We are on Facebook currently
Okay.
because they have to do that early to make sure that I can get all of my sharing done, which I'm going to do right now.
Sure.
Right in front of you. It is boring as sin. But it just is what it is. There's no good way to do it. So I will be doing that for a couple minutes. In the room with us is my dear friend for 2 decades and my technical producer, George. He is occupying the show logo screen currently.
Oh, hello. I become the overhead projector. So
Hi, George.
It's a way to try to keep present a little more of a visual aspect
Sure.
to the program. So hang on. No Maurice? No, Mo, you're right in front of me. Coach Mo. I should have figured that out. I should have figured that one out. Don't pay attention to the host. What does he know? He doesn't know anything. He's just a hosty guy who trips over his own tongue a lot. So
And
we'll do.
Scott Blair should be joining us.
No worries. We'll do the. It'll be a very fast first hour. You'll be surprised how it goes, and then go enjoy your Sunday.
Okay. How you doing, Maurice?
Not bad. Yourself?
Okay. Did you hear anything from
No.
Carolyn yet? Okay. All right.
And I'm starting to get calls from colleges that are looking for full-time coaches. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, careful. We're live. Don't forget. You want to negotiate live on Facebook? Have at it. I mean, that's up to you guys. It'll be juicy watching. Change the theme of the program. Watch as Coach Maurice negotiates his new contract live on the program. That's never a bad thing. Eyeballs on the screens, right? And ears on the radio. So I know it's been quite a while since we've talked. Let me just remind you, and for anybody who is currently watching on Facebook, George would be able to know that I do not currently. This is the ever so exciting pre-show of the program where I share the program to, I don't know, about 100 different places. There's absolutely nothing exciting about it whatsoever, but we will push play on our radio broadcasting software to go to hot101.net in about 4 to 5 minutes. So if you are there and watching, just hang on. There's nothing exciting about this part of it. I warn you about that every week, but we will be live very, very shortly. And to our esteemed guests, let me just remind you. That's not how I wanted that to go. Oh, Facebook technology, how I love you. This is the program right here. We're just having a Zoom call. We're just having a conversation. It just so happens that, you know, as we hope the planet is listening. That's the plan. So this is it. Very, very simple. And that little hum is some fans I have going in the background because it is really warm in here. My little second bedroom here is getting the direct sun behind me and these lights that I have. It is getting warm in here. But I will take summer over the cold anytime. Post. Wow, you think I'd know how to do this after all this time? Post. Okay. Got about 2 minutes. All right. Well, we're getting comments on the pre-show here about, no, we hate the hot weather. Well, good luck with that. It is May. So this is pretty much it.
Talking about it being a sweltering summer, so
You know what? It's fine with me. It's just it's something about you're in way better shape than me. This is a train wreck. So you're in way better shape than me. But the older I get, the cold literally goes straight through me. It just goes right through me. But I can take the heat, and I tend to enjoy the heat. So 5 p.m., we're going to give 1 more minute. And what's going to happen is I'm going to push play on the audio software. You'll hear the intro song, and we're off and running. Piece of cake. Oh, you can tell I have a fan going. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Oh, goodness. It's Sunday. Just a few more seconds. Oh, goodness. Coach, you recognize this or no? Not your sport.
soccer, Manchester United.
Yeah, there we go. Go on, get in there. All right, here we go, kids.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair. We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy, and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
From my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd, yes, of May. 2021, the 23rd. Good, because I got 4 screens in front of me, but I didn't remember what the date was. That would be the 23rd of May, 2021, 5:04 Eastern Time, and you are with us live yet again. Let's get through the business end of the program very quickly, shall we? Just a reminder, we will not be with you next week. We are going to undergo a complete studio rebuild. I am extremely excited about it and extremely fearful of it all at once because I have an extremely short temper. And as soon as things don't work, it's going to make me crazy. And poor George is going to have to deal with all of it. But he's coming here. George is actually going to visit the studio for the very first time. So big studio rebuild going on next weekend. We will not be with you. Enjoy your Memorial Day. If you are vaccinated, get out there, enjoy, wear a mask where you need to, and enjoy your 3-day weekend. And remember what the weekend is about. If you are not vaccinated, for goodness sakes, why? Go get it done. News report this morning, 40% of all of the adults in the Commonwealth are fully vaccinated. Let's make that 100, please. And I believe across the, no, sorry, it's half in the Commonwealth and about 40% in the nation. Let's make it 100% and put all of this behind us. We're already talking about the need for booster shots. So get out there, get vaccinated. Wherever you are on Facebook, I believe 80 plus places we have shared the program to this week. Thank you very much for being there. You can stay right where you are and continue to watch. That's awesome. We appreciate wherever you are. If you are watching direct, listening in the background, whatever, doesn't matter. You're there. That's the important part. You can stay right there. Or please hop on over to our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, it's right there on your screen. You can, I'm pointing to the screen that you can't see because I'm looking at my screen. You can look right there. That's our home group Facebook page. Go to Facebook. That other side of information, you can watch and listen to the program there. And that is where we will see your comments, questions, agree, disagree, scream, kick, love, whatever you want. Do it right there. Comments right there. Facebook, that other side of information. To our friends, I'm sniffling because it's allergy time, kids. We're going to get to enjoy Jeff sniffling for about 4 hours. Isn't that fun? Oh, goodness. That's a great time. To our brothers, sisters, friends, family at hot101.net. In fact, I happen to see DJ Earl in the room, in the Facebook room at that other side of information. We say special hello to him and everyone at hot101.net. Thank you for being there with us yet again, live around the globe. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it simply could not be any easier. Your web address is right in the name. It's hot101.net. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store and search for the app for hot101.net, and Google Play Store if you have an Android device. So wherever you're listening, laptops, phones, computers, smart speakers, tablets, you name it, we're just thrilled that you are there. We want you to be part of the program. We will put the phone line up later in the program, and because you can't see, won't be putting comments in the Facebook if you're listening to the audio. We get that, but we'll put the phone line up. I will give you the phone line. Call us later in the program. Let's get to it. There's probably so much more business stuff I could do. You know where we are. YouTube, that other side of information. Patreon, that other side of information. Instagram, That Other Side of Information, and TikTok. I remember to do my TikTok announcements today, kids. It's horribly exciting. I mangled it quite badly. If you want to go have a laugh, go to TikTok, That Other Side of Information. That's where my promo is. And Twitter. The Twitter feed is up. You can live tweet me during the program, again, with questions, comments, agree, disagree, yell, scream, whatever you want to do. That is at That Kennedy Talk, twitter.com/That Other Side of Information. The handle is at That Kennedy Talk. I have taken enough time from our guests. They can be with us for the first hour today. We have Coach Maurice, Scott Blair, and of course, the distinguished Dr. Kelly Kenny. This is the team from DeSales University. Am I saying it? Is it DeSales or DeSales? I hear both before you beat me up too much. I get both. So I think DeSales, the Irish guy, usually go with the longer A there, the bit of a sour A. And from DeSales University, they're going to be telling us about a new program that they have begun to open up higher educational opportunity to what are currently and what we hope will be no longer underserved communities. Rather than me try to explain it, let me go straight to Dr. Kenny. Dr. Kenny, the floor is yours. Well, first off, all three of you, welcome to the program. Thrilled to have you here, and thank you for making time with us on a Sunday evening. Let me go straight to Dr. Kenny. I open the floor to you. Rather than me try to explain it and play telephone and get it wrong, because I already got the name of the university wrong, beat him up. It's good. That's all right. I take it. Just have at it. Tell us what it is that you at DeSales are doing.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff, too, for having us here this evening. So I am the founding program director of the new graduate program in higher education at DeSales. It is a program that prepares individuals looking to receive a master's degree, advancing beyond the bachelor's degree, that would enable them to work in college and university settings, all types of colleges and universities. So whether it be public, private, community, other post-secondary institutions, like trade institutions, for-profit post-secondary institutions, things of that nature, all sectors of university life, whether it be student affairs, administration and leadership, or the more operational functions of a college and university. But before we talk about that, we figured we would talk a little bit about some of the trends in higher education since COVID-19, which actually has transformed higher education. Prior to COVID, we were already hearing from higher ed futurists about changes that were approaching us in higher ed. Talking about things like a demographic cliff, where we were going to be seeing a decrease in the percentage of 18 to 23-year-olds coming into colleges and universities by 2026. Well, that period of time is already here. And so with COVID, we found that a lot of what we would have been preparing for, it's here already. So we found ourselves having to go to remote learning, lots of online learning, both synchronous and asynchronous, decrease in the need of traditional classroom style teaching, which means potentially a decrease in the need for tenured faculty. The student experience is changing. We now have a population of students that we call Generation Z, where their needs and expectations, quite honestly, are a lot different than college students of my time and era, even of the time period of my daughters, our youngest one completed college in 2017. She went to Temple. The needs of students that she graduated with are very different from the needs of the students that we're seeing here today, and particularly now with COVID. Colleges and universities needing to take a look at and plan for a different type of business model in order to remain sustainable. Enrollment. Enrollment issues are huge. And we know that because of the enrollment issues that have come about as a result of COVID, again, colleges and universities will need to get creative if they want to remain sustainable. And then we have community colleges that have always served a greater population of students, both traditional and non-traditional age students, but even they are needing to find more creative ways to work in the industry. Then we have the fact that COVID, as though the issues and concerns weren't already there, COVID unveiled the numerous, if you will, access, equity, and inclusion issues that exist, not just within colleges and universities, but within the greater society. And as colleges and universities, right, we see ourselves as microcosms of the larger society. So with that, colleges and universities have really had to struggle with the fact that they have not been the most welcoming from the standpoint of access, equity, and inclusion. And so DEI, if you will, and I would add A to that, has become a central factor within colleges and universities, particularly as we now start to move toward what we will look like from here on out. And with that, I'd like to introduce and bring into the conversation Scott Blair, who is the Associate Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at DeSales University. Scott?
Thanks, Kelly, and Jeff, thanks for having us this afternoon on this beautiful Sunday here in the Valley. But yes, as Dr. Kenny had mentioned, the last year has really been an accelerator for a lot of items in higher education and for the work that I do in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space. So much of it has ramped up about a year ago on Tuesday, which, if my dates are correct, I believe is the anniversary of the loss of and the murder of George Floyd. We're all across the country and all across the world. We started to look inward in a way in which we haven't done since the 60s to ask ourselves, we need to do better. And how are we going to do better? And that has led to uncomfortable conversations, but uncomfortable conversations that are starting to lead to change. And one of the change items that I want to speak to really quick is the changes in the demographic of our incoming students. And as Dr. Kenny had mentioned a few moments ago, yes, it is a fact, it is a trend in higher education across the country that graduating high school seniors by the next 3 to 4 years, actually, the declines are going to be at a point in which universities really have to ask themselves, where are they going to get their students? Because really for the last 20, 30 years, the trends have been upward, and we've seen tremendous growth in higher education, not just here in Pennsylvania, but across the country, with record incoming classes for first year students. Go down the list. So as that curve is going down, there's an interesting, if you really look at the data, there's a curve that's going up. And the same experts, whether it's the Association of Catholic Colleges or Universities, which is what we look to at DeSales, and other national bodies that speak to those downward trajectories in enrollment, they are also speaking to the increase in students of color. And by the end of this decade, the majority of high school graduates will be students of color. The US Census actually just last year noted that the majority of students under the age of 16 in this country identify as students of color. Now, let's stop right there. And for those who are listening at home or wherever you may be this afternoon, who are students of color? In higher education, what makes up students of color? The federal government helps us with that definition. And generally speaking, when we're looking at students of color, we're looking at Black African-American students. We're looking at Hispanic, Latina, Latino, Latinx students. We're looking at Indigenous students. We're looking at Asian Pacific Islander students. And then we're looking at students who identify as multiracial or multi-ethnic. So that population, by the end of this decade, that'll be the majority of our high school graduates. So as an institution of higher education, we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing to prepare for that change? And that change is in front of us. And that's in everything from how we hire. The vast majority of institutions of higher education across the country have less than, if my numbers are correct, less than 25% of their faculty are of color. So if we know that the majority of graduates are going to be underrepresented students, we see the gaps that are there. We understand the power of representation. So we really need to look inwards at our hiring practices. What is the culture like on our campuses? Are we hospitable to all identities, right? Go down the list. But those are the things that, especially over the last year, again, has accelerated. And the COVID piece with respect to access, I think, is a great, real quick example before maybe I pass the virtual mic back to Dr. Kenny and then to Coach Mo, which speaks to one of those examples, which again is access. At the end of March, early April, higher ed, K-12, we started to lean in towards the virtual world that we're currently on right now, right, with the Zoom experience. And just like that, hey, let's jump on a Zoom. We're going to move our classes to Zoom. We didn't take a moment to stop and recognize that not everyone has the luxury to just jump onto a device and jump onto a Zoom session or a WebEx, whatever the case may be, right? And yes, some of this might be students or families who are coming from lower socioeconomic status that maybe don't have the access to internet. But then also, if I'm on a Zoom webinar, if my daughter's on a Zoom webinar, if your partner's on a Zoom webinar, you can have all the devices in the world that you want, but that's going to drag your internet signal down, right? So that access and the privilege that some of us had compared to others really helped us move into this inclusion conversation in ways in which we haven't before, because we were all experiencing it at the same time. And the last piece, I'll speak to this with respect to George Floyd, and I think this has been spoken to quite a bit nationally, but we've had, unfortunately, killings and murders of this sort for years. What was it that caused this one particular incident to change the world and cause the world to stop on a dime? It's because of COVID. We were all sitting at home. We were all sequestered in our own homes without the ability to go because, again, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We all saw it and we couldn't escape it. And that uncomfortable feeling, everyone had to ask that question, and we weren't distracted with all the different things that we can be distracted with in life because of the unique perfect storm, if you will, that the pandemic caused. That we all were there watching it in that moment's notice, and we couldn't escape it. And it caused us to have the conversations that really has, in some respects, brought us to this afternoon's conversation.
I hope you'll forgive me if I'm taking us down a rabbit hole, and I really don't want to do that. Coach Mo deserves his time, and I'm kind of jumping in on you, Coach, before you jump in. But where does an institution like DeSales, or any institution for that matter, I know you can't speak for all of them, but you do represent an institution of higher learning, and a very, very good one. Doctor, you talked originally about the staying viable. Mm-hmm. It's a very business term. Mm-hmm. Thomas Jefferson did not start the University of Virginia to make money. Mm-hmm. But I understand that viability is obviously important. I get it. If you can't pay to keep the doors open, you can't keep the doors open. Mm-hmm. And I think one of my great fears for public education across the country is that the former political party opposite me, as it is no longer a functioning one, is going to seize on the virtual learning as a way to destroy teachers' unions, get rid of why do we have all these expensive buildings, put sports programs like Coach out of business. And I don't mean business. I don't mean money business. I mean activity business. But we can just send everybody with a screen and a hotspot and we can all learn virtually. But isn't part of the university experience, especially for someone straight out of high school. And I say this as someone who did not deal with it well. I didn't. And it's why I never, that and Mr. Reagan decided I didn't deserve any money. I didn't deal well with the social aspect of university. How do you straddle the line? It's a very long-winded question. I apologize, but how do you straddle the line between all of these competing factors of we have to be able to afford to keep the doors open. We are here to provide an education. We can do it virtually, but how much do we lose of the university experience when we do these things virtually? How do you juggle? And even Coach can speak to that. Coach can't play football virtually, can he?
Mhm.
I mean, and you can't practice virtually. You might be able to go over the playbook and draw, stick a camera as you work on the whiteboard, but you can't play football virtually. So how do you juggle all of these different and compete? And at the same time, you're here to announce and tell us about a program, a wonderful program, an altruistic program, I would say, to expand exactly what you do to underserved communities. How do you juggle all of that?
It's a good question, Jeff, and one that even this afternoon before I got on, was talking with a family member about. And it is just the question Scott and I and Maurice can attest to is happening right at this very moment as we go closer to fall 2021. Colleges and universities all over the country are grappling with this very issue. How do we open? How do we open more fully? And how do we give individuals who want a traditional kind of experience that opportunity safely? While at the same time, how do we also, right, because we did learn some things from this experience, not only from the perspective of students, but faculty and staff and administrators as well. The fact that on colleges and universities across the country, right, the heating bills went down, the electric bills went down, yada, 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 right? And so
we saw air quality in the valley the highest it's been since probably before the Industrial Revolution.
Exactly. And so this is the very question that many colleges and universities, if not all, are struggling with. And what are the kinds of compromises that we're going to have to come to? Because again, we did learn some things, and there were some things that from my perspective, we did well. We were more efficient in how we delivered. I know from my program, a graduate program, I started out with the idea that we would provide courses in multiple modalities, for example, in-person opportunities, because I'm dealing with adults, right? People who are working full-time for the most part. But at the same time, we had hybrid opportunities. We had asynchronous as well as synchronous opportunities. So, what were the positives of this experience, and whatever negatives existed from this experience, how can we do it, but do it more effectively and efficiently? Part of your question speaks to also, the fact that students, right? Well, even faculty and staff, I would say, we're social beings.
Well,
And
we
so,
learn
and we,
high school students have generally speaking, there's 330 million people in the country. There's no absolutes, period. And you barely get an absolute with 10 folks in a room. But generally speaking, high school students who have chosen to live on a campus have done so for a reason. Some are exceptionally, it's a word I'm groping for. I guess you'd say average or normal reasons, in that your campus is just not that close to home. But others want that social, they want to learn how to live on their own.
Absolutely.
I was pants at that. Absolute pants. It was a disaster. I did very, very poorly at it. I was never prepared to live outside my parents' house. Never. It was a dreadful experience. But that has more to do with me. I'm sure other folks have that problem too, but isn't that part of the college experience? I mean, I might absolutely love Coach Mo with all my heart, and whatever he teaches me via this method will stay with me for the rest of my life, but it's not the same as being, it scares me. And I know that when we had a chance to talk on the phone before your appearance here today, that I'm desperately hoping we can schedule even several more times that you can come back so we can really talk about higher education, the whole umbrella of higher education and all of the issues that disseminate from it. But that said, and even in combination with the program you're trying to offer, you're opening up this program, and yet we're somehow talking about possibly having to do it this way. What am I missing? It's just, it seems very, very difficult. And it's not to put you on the spot with the question. I'm really trying to dig at, how do you do everything that you're trying to do and kind of maybe not have everybody on camp? Like it seems almost antithetical to me. How do we deal with all that?
Jeff, if
Scott,
I can jump in on that. Yeah,
Please
thanks,
do,
Dr.
please,
Kenny and
please.
Jeff. It's a great question, and often where we end up, and this is a real
Scott,
time.
Before you answer, but please forgive me for being a bit rude. I hope that the three of you will log on to Facebook, onto the page, and get into the comments section, because there's questions in there for you that I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to before the end of your time with us.
Okay.
Please get in there.
Okay.
Check out the questions. Perhaps you can write back to everybody. I'll try to get to them, but if we can't, I ask
Great.
you to please log into Facebook at some point after the program and have a look at those questions.
Sure.
Scott,
Sure.
forgive me, please.
Oh, no problem. And
Because there's questions for all three of you that you're going to want to see.
Okay.
Yeah, great point. And I was just looking in there because one of our viewers was speaking to a hiring item, I think, at Lehigh. So yes, we'll see if we can circle back to that. My comment, I think, will serve as a nice segue even for Coach Mo to pop in, which is we sometimes think of this as an either or proposition and not recognize, again, the hybrid and the multifaceted items. So yes, for example, Jeff, you mentioned the vast majority of college students want to be on a college campus. They want to live on a college campus for all of the social items that you had mentioned. However, what we've learned over the last year are some of the benefits of Zoom. You can be living on campus. That doesn't mean that you don't have elements and items that you have to navigate, which is just a part of life. And the one that comes to mind because of the way it was this past year is the weather. So you can still be a college student, right, living in one of our residence halls, but if it snows 1.5 feet overnight, it's going to be hard for you to get to class.
Right.
That's a solution that Zoom has offered for us. Now, I don't want to go too much on that, because I am an advocate for a snow day. I think is good for mental health reasons, right? But nonetheless, there's an
that's one of the
opportunity.
biggest things that we lose when we get out of high school and into college. No more snow days.
No more snow days.
Exciting. I don't care. When I was 17, 18 years old, my senior year in high school, if I woke up, threw open the curtains and it was snowing, I was still excited.
You're still excited. Zoom helps with that, right? And the other population that really has been benefited on this is our commuter students. And those of us in higher education, doesn't matter if you're at DeSales, if you're at Stanford, and anywhere in between, engaging with our commuter students is always a challenge because they generally come to campus, maybe they hang out for a little bit, but then they go home.
Right.
And they go home, they're probably working some different jobs. Having panel discussions, workshops, and all these other student engagement experiences over the last year has really helped our commuter students to be engaged with the university in ways they haven't been before. And that multifaceted approach, I know, is something that has really changed the life in athletics, the ways in which a coach can connect with a student, the ways in which you can adjust your instruction. So with that, hopefully this is a pretty good spot for Coach Mo to be able to jump in.
Apologies, Coach, that it took a full half hour to get to you. Your patience is been tremendous. I'm very, very grateful for it. Tell me about your involvement in this new program, your involvement in developing it, and what you think it's going to mean, not just for you as a coach, but as an instructor, as a mentor, and as a valued person at DeSales.
You're a coach, you learn patience. So, patience is not a problem. When you have two kids that are 5 and under, you learn patience.
Well,
So
if that doesn't challenge it, I don't know what will.
Yeah,
I got two cats. I have a hard time being patient.
But so as a student of DeSales, as getting my master's in higher ed, being virtual has actually been great. I think about how much time you would spend. Now, granted, DeSales is 10 minutes from my house. So how much time I spend driving there, driving home, how much more efficient I am with being able to do my schoolwork and doing things from home and not having to worry about, hey, what time am I going to get there? If there's snow on the ground, if there's going to be traffic, if there's an accident, things that a commuter student would have to worry about, or a high school student would have to worry about, who's driving to school and not taking the bus. So for me, and then I think a lot of people in our cohort, it's been great to do it this way because we are able to just either be home or be, outside somewhere and just get on the computer if it's a beautiful day, not sitting in the classroom, but still being able to focus and do the things we want to do. So it's been really, really good. As a coach and talking to students that I coach, and every now and then maybe somebody on campus. Now, being a part-time coach is different because I'm not on campus all day anyway. I have a regular job. My ability to now talk to my kids more and be able to coach them more through the playbook and have meetings with them and show them what they're doing right and wrong on the field while not being able to do it in person, because usually when they're having meetings during the day in a regular year, I'm at work. I'm not there. I get to miss those things. Now I don't have to miss them. And I can schedule it whenever their time is ready. So I'm an early morning person. I don't mind staying up late. When you're a coach, especially a football coach, you're used to 13, 14-hour days anyway. So if my kids know that they have a 7 o'clock meeting with our head coach and my group is there with them instead of being with me, I can just do that from home. So now they can get the corrections that they need from practice that they didn't get, from our head coach, who's not their position coach, because maybe I might teach it a little different than he would. So they know my terminology because what I'm saying in practice every day and what I'm saying in games is going to be completely different than what somebody else might say. So there's been that positive. The negative is those kids definitely want to be with you in front of you and feel how you talk to them. I want to feel how I talk to my kids. I want to see their reactions. Once you get to know them, it's a little easier to do over Zoom. But when you don't know the new freshman that came in and they're coming into a virtual setting, they don't know my body language yet. They don't know my facial expressions yet. I don't know theirs. I don't know when they're feeling confident, when they're not feeling confident, because a lot of times a new kid is not going to tell me that. I have to feel it. I have to see that. And it's difficult to do through the computer. So especially if for some reason they have their camera off, that's another thing about it. Making sure that they have their camera on and then say, hey, look, I need to see you. I want to be able to see how things are going. So,
Coach, as someone who's involved in higher education on the instructional level, what does this new program mean to you? How does it not just affect you as a member of the team at DeSales, but just as extending the opportunity to do what you do and be a member of the team at DeSales, and not just the sports team, but the team, the educational team, expect the program that you're starting there. What does it mean to you to be able to expand these opportunities to these previously, well, they're not previously underserved, they're still currently underserved, but they won't be as much underserved with your program. What does the program mean to you personally?
So for me, well, I'll say this: I'm a coach at Muhlenberg College. I'm not coaching at DeSales. So no, I'm getting two different institution ideologies, if you want to say. Now they all kind of do things sort of similar, from the way that they've handled the pandemic and the way they've handled campus kids being on campus and not being on campus. There's little differences here and there, but the program itself, I'm still exactly trying to figure out what I want to do when I'm done. I have probably about a year left, and I think I want to go into career counseling. So to me, I think serving students of color, underrepresented students, is going to help get them better ideas of what they can do when they get out of college. I think a lot of kids come into college and they have no idea what they want to do. I was at a camp yesterday and I talked to kids about, hey, what are you looking to do? And some kids, I just have no clue. I just know I just want to play ball. Okay, but you got to have a plan after that. There's got to be something that you're interested in, that you like, that you can study. And let me help you navigate through your courses and through your interests, what kind of career you can set up for yourself. Because I think a lot of people don't know. Now, obviously, a lot of people now will go through several different jobs and several different careers until they find something that they really like.
The average American will go through 7 career change, quote unquote.
I thought that was the number, but I didn't want to be wrong.
Yeah, it's 7.
And I can think I graduated college in 2006. So thinking about the different jobs that I've had, they've all been surrounded by helping people. They may have been all something different, living in the wilderness for 15 months and helping troubled teenage boys, working at as a sales rep for Verizon, working at a company where I was helping autistic children, and then moving into helping adults with mental health issues in a group home, to now driving Lantavan and helping disabled people get to their appointments. But all the while I've still been coaching. So now helping all of those different students, when they come in and say, hey, what are you looking to do? Being able to point them to our Career Services Center at Muhlenberg, and now connecting with those people and then connecting the education I'm going to get and I'm getting at DeSales through this program is going to give me more tools to say, okay, now I can really help you with getting where you want to get to while also helping you as a player. So I want the twofold. I want to be able to help you as a player, be the best you can be, and also be the best employee, or even if you want to be an entrepreneur, help you find out what kind of business you want to run, how you can go about that, who I can connect you with to get there. Because when people come to Muhlenberg and they say, I want something like physical therapy. Now, we don't have a physical therapy program at Muhlenberg, but there are people who have graduated and played for us that are doing that and running their own practices. So now let me show you who you can talk to and find out how they did it. So now you know how you can do it. And that's what my aim is when I talk about doing career counseling.
Dr. Kenny, is it your hope?
Scott, I know, wanted to share something on that very point. So go ahead, Scott.
Well, Jeff, if I may, and I'm also
Please
curious.
do.
I'm also curious about your question too. But when you mentioned the number of job changes or career changes that someone has made, all of a sudden I was going through my Rolodex of career moves that I've made, and I've been in higher education formally for a little over 15 years. And I want to speak a little bit to the career change, but then also maybe serve as a little bit of a segue for Dr. Kenny to speak about the program. I'm a graduate of Dr. Kenny's higher ed program from another institution in the area. I'll speak generically about who that institution is because we're here to talk about DeSales. But what I learned in that experience was how to work with students, how to work with people, and how to work with the systems, with the organizations, with the institutions that we're a part of. So before I go down that rabbit hole a little bit, I want to speak to the systems and our experience. And Jeff, you spoke a little bit earlier about the current societal climate, political climate, all those different things. And I thought it would be very important for me to say this. When we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, doesn't matter if it's in higher ed, K-12, or nationally. Unfortunately, it becomes a political issue. And I'll say that I think it becomes a political issue because of some of the power dynamics that are at play. But when we talk about it at a higher education level, it is not a political issue. It's just simply making sure that we're taking care of all of our students, faculty, and staff on our campus. That's what diversity is, right? The variance of the people that are in your university, whether it's gender, whether it's race, ethnicity, right? Go down the list. Inclusion is making sure it's the action, making sure everyone can be themselves. So when we talk about DEI, again, we're not talking about politics. We're talking about making sure that everyone can be themselves on a college campus. So I'm going to put that here. And then I'm going to go back to Dr. Kenny's program at DeSales and what I learned as a graduate. Again, it taught me how I could lean in and listen objectively to the experiences of those who were a part of our university. Again, didn't matter if it was a first-year student, graduate student, PhD holding faculty member, to listen to what their experiences were, to be able to find solutions to help them be themselves. And I believe that that's what a student, if they enroll at the program at DeSales, that they're going to come away from. They're going to come away with an experience and with a degree that's going to allow them to really be inclusive, but to be a leader. Because to be a leader, I've been in higher education, like I said, for a little over 15 years. I've also been a college coach, a part of my journey. I've had 5 or 6 different career changes in my time in higher education. Leadership is being able to engage with those around you, and those around you are going to be different than you. And that is inclusivity. And so as a student in the higher ed program at DeSales under the leadership of Dr. Kenny, you're going to be coming out with the skills and resources to really meet the needs of the 21st century and of the growing DEI economy that we're seeing all around us, not just in higher ed, but also in business and industry as well. So with that, I want to pass it back, but I just wanted to speak to that, as I think that the last 15 minutes will probably be dedicated.
Before you leave, let me just somewhat clarify.
Sure.
DEI is political. It should not be. As my last name's on the screen, you can see it. Let's remember where the politicization of it came from. Because it didn't come from this side. That's exactly why your program is important. At the same token, it's 2021 in the United States of America. Your program in a perfect world would be completely unnecessary. But it is. But let's remember where, and the parties have flipped on this, let's be blunt.
Yes.
Prior to the 60s, to the Civil Rights Act, because it was a Democratic president and Republicans in Congress that helped get it through. So let's be blunt. The parties have swapped poles on this, magnetic poles, so to speak, not political poles. The politicization of your program is not, I wish it didn't exist. I wish your program wasn't necessary. But let's remember where the politicization of race, diversity, and inclusion is coming from. By the way, race being not even a scientific actual thing. There's one human race. We have different physical characteristics, but there is one scientific human race, which might sound like some kind of a clapback at you. It is not. I think that the fact that this has become political is quite saddening at a minimum, if not thoroughly disgusting at a max. Again, I wish your program wasn't necessary, but let's remember who's using these divisive issues to hold power and, even worse, extract wealth.
Agreed. And that's a great place, if I may, really, really quick. For those who are watching, who are listening and watching on Facebook Live, there's so many different things that you can look at to expand your knowledge on the items that Jeff is speaking to. The one that I'm really loving recently is the documentary on Netflix called Amend, talking about the 14th Amendment. Please take a look at that if you're looking at some more information. Lee, I love your questions in Facebook. Yes, you're right that a notice of non-discrimination really does set the floor, that your legal obligations, an equity statement is your aspirations, and at DeSales we're doing both. I just wanted to give a shout out to Lee's question on Facebook.
Well, I also thank you for jumping in the comments and actually speaking directly to the listeners. I'm blessed whenever I get questions. I usually have the opportunity, we have longer form to make sure I get to everyone. We have an hour here, so I'm not going to get to all of them, but thank you for going in there and responding directly to the listeners. And again, when I spoke to Dr. Kenny on the phone before your appearance here today, we've discussed quite a series of possible appearances, because an hour is just not enough to get into all this. And I hope that you will all come back at a different time, that we can get into the more, I don't want to say generic issues of higher education, cost, student debt, you name it. There's so many, the almost removal of government from the process by a certain group. We won't overly get into that at the moment, but you get my point. So I do hope you will all come back. But Dr. Kenny, if your program at DeSales is fully implemented, fully successful, am I jumping the gun and saying that the goal of the program would be for students, not just of color, but of underserved communities, because we're talking about there are poor whites as well, to see a university that looks like them? Am I oversimplifying it, or is that really kind of the goal of what the program's about? Because you did mention that the program would be to open up job opportunity, to train for job opportunities in higher education itself. So is it your hope that students, when you were a college student, that you would be able to see people running a university that look like them?
I would certainly hope that might be a byproduct of the program. Again, this is a graduate program for individuals like Maurice, like Scott, and a whole host of other folks that are in this particular cohort, who want to be of service to the next generation of students, and who want to make sure that the educational experience that our undergraduates get is appreciative of their diversity and of their humanity. My goal is, I have graduate students who, many of them are already working in the field. As I said at the start, I have graduate students who just finished college themselves. They saw the inequities within the system, and they want to be about the change that they saw as being necessary. And so those folks, so the program is comprised of those two basically populations. Our goal is to make higher ed a more accessible, a more diverse, a more equitable, and a more inclusive place for students, no matter who they are. And so I would say that ultimately that's a goal that I have. But in order to get to that goal, I want to bring more people into this higher ed program so that I can prepare more individuals to be like Scott, to be like Maurice, if you will. If that answers it.
How do folks, Coach or Dr. Kenny, whoever wishes to take it, how do folks who want to learn more about the program find out more about the program?
Okay, I'm wondering if I can do a screen share. Is it possible for me to do a screen share?
I'm hopefully going to. Oh gosh, did you just see my eyes explode? I'm hopefully going to.
Sorry to spring that one, and I'm
Think-
hoping that it'll work once you give it to me.
I think you may be able to now
Okay.
because I have. There you go.
And let's.
Gotcha.
So this is my contact information. Our motto at DeSales is be who you are and be that well. Again, this is the Masters of Education degree program in higher education, directed by me, Dr. Kelly R. Kenny. And here is my email address, kelly.kenny@desales.edu.
And we will try to put that in the Facebook chat, in
Great.
the Facebook comments for folks to be able to see. And that is how you can contact Dr. Kenny directly and how you can get in touch with DeSales University about this new program. If you have ever considered a career in higher education, this is the program for you. It is inclusive. I assume, Doctor, all are welcome as long as you have the grades and you qualify. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm looking for students who obviously have to have a bachelor's degree, 3.0 or above GPA, but I have been known to work with individuals. If you have a passion for working with college age population, both traditional as well as adult learners, right? Because again, as we mentioned, that demographic cliff, we're going to start seeing, even as near in the future as this coming fall, we're going to start seeing more and more adult learners coming into colleges and universities. So if you have a passion for working with students, if you want to make a difference, I also require a personal statement that speaks to your goals and career interest, and a resume, and we'll take it from there. I often will do personal information and advisement sessions to respond to questions and inquiries. I do that by Zoom. So I'm happy to arrange time for that. Just get in touch with me at kelly.kenny@desales.edu.
I'll add this, for people listening, even if it's not for you, you might know someone who might be good for this. A lot of people in our cohort, after learning who was in it and everybody in our classes, most people never knew that there was a degree in higher ed. They didn't know that they could actually study classes to learn how to work in higher ed. I had no idea. Obviously, this wasn't something I was thinking of doing, but it came upon, and COVID was the perfect storm for me for this to happen. So if you know someone who could fit the description that Dr. Kenny just talked about, reach out to them and say, hey, look, there's a program you might be interested in. Come get some information and see if it's for you. The best thing about it is it's really flexible. All the professors are really great. They work well with you. They understand if you're an adult and you've got family and other responsibilities. There is really never a problem with, making sure that whatever your needs need to be met, they're met.
Dr. Kenny, Coach, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
We again, I'll break the fourth wall with the audience, as I do way too often. That we did have the opportunity to talk on the phone, obviously, before your appearance here today. I do hope that we will be able to schedule. Dr. Kenny and Coach and I had discussed actually scheduling a series of programs for you at home to talk about a variety of issues having to deal with education and higher education. Inclusivity obviously included in that, but also student debt, accessibility, SAT testing, all sorts of different issues that surround higher education for a profit. Even we're going to break into that thank goodness the doctor shook her head, because that's a touchy one.
Mhm.
But we'll get into that in future episodes of the program. We're kind enough to have the team from DeSales here for an hour tonight. Dr. Kenny, Coach, and Scott, I know you had to check out, but thank you so much for being here. I really, really mean it. I think it's
Thank you for having us.
it's a super important program, what you're trying to bring to people. And I think it's higher education is not exactly shown itself well in a lot of places in the last, maybe possibly even go back decades, has not really proven itself well. But going back to even when Kristen and I will take a walk on the Lehigh campus where she went, and we want to just go into the library, we can't do that anymore. These used to be open public areas, not just for students, but for the communities. And it seems to me that your program is again sort of opening the doors. And I guess I'm kind of glossing over the idea of campus safety, and I don't mean to do that. I'm simply saying that, if you were just a member of the community, you used to be able to go into these buildings, the campus coffee shop or the library, and use, even though you weren't a student. And we seem to have cut off a little bit of our colleges and universities somehow, some just for financial reasons, and some for security. And I don't want to ignore that. It's extremely important, but it seems to me that this program is a way to reopen the doors a little bit of your university, and hopefully as an example to higher education at large, to say, no, come in. Our doors are open. Come in, come be a part. So that's what I take away from it. I know we can talk about it further, hopefully is through the summer, and especially before its fall semester starts. Although I would imagine most students have registered and done all that stuff by now. But back in the old days, when I carved my application on a Roman stone tablet, we did it very late. I'm sure you probably do it a lot sooner, but hopefully as we get into the fall semester, you all can come back and we can continue to talk about these issues of higher education, not just here in the Valley, but throughout the country.
Great, sure. And just with regard to what you just mentioned in terms of admissions, yes, while I believe that applications for fall admission for traditional students into most undergrad programs has sort of slowed down, but I don't know that it has slowed to the point that people cannot apply for undergrad programs, particularly at our local community colleges. And in some cases, a lot of our institutions, even our four-year privates and public, have programs like what we have at DeSales, which is our access program. And I believe that admissions at the undergrad level is a little bit more flexible. My program, again, is a graduate program. I'm accepting applications into the graduate program up to, as a matter of fact, I'm still accepting applications this week for summer.
Excellent.
And I'm accepting applications up to August 15th for fall.
And give us the email address and the website for DeSales again, please, Doctor, before you go, if you can. Or Coach,
sure.
whoever remembers.
It's, well, they can just contact me at kelly.kenny@desales.edu. And Kelly is KELLEY .Kenny, KENNEY @desales.edu.
All right, folks, check this program out. I think it's a really important program.
Thanks, Jim.
It truly is. And I know that you keep saying, Doc, that it's a graduate program. I get that, but I think the message of the program, I think, is much greater than that.
Yes.
I truly do. I think there's a much greater ethereal sense of this program that, no, our doors are open. It might be a graduate program, I get it, but I get a deeper sense from it, and I think that's what's important about it.
Yes, great. Thank you.
So Dr. Kenny, Coach, thanks for being here. And Scott, again, I know you had to go, but thank you for being here. Come back again. We'll be talking again. Come back. Let's schedule those programs to talk about the other issues facing education, higher education in our country.
Great.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
6:02, top of the hour here from my humble second bedroom, part of the let me try that again. I'm going to restart. Let me just push the restart button. From my humble second bedroom in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of May, 2021. We want to thank the team from DeSales for being here to tell us about their wonderful and inclusive program. Wherever you are on Facebook, across the, I don't know, 80 something places that the program was shared to this week, I get a little thing under my, I get like a little splinter under my fingernail when we don't get to at least 80. I think last week we got to over 100. But 80 is my new goal. So I believe we've been shared to around 80 different places this week. And if I failed, then I'm going to fix that myself. We thank you very much for watching wherever you are. You can stay, watch, listen. If you're a group, national page, wherever it is that you may be listening or watching, stay right there. Enjoy. However, if you wish to come over and join the conversation going on in the comments section, on the post of this program at our home group Facebook page. The symbol is right there on your screen. For those of you on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. Come on over, find the post for the program, open it up, and join the chat and exchange of ideas that's going on in the comments section. This is, we love NPR, as I say a lot, but this is NPR tends to lecture. We don't want to be a lecture. We want this to be interactive. We want you to join the program and interact with us. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you as always for being part of the program. Remember, hot101.net goes 24/7 every weeknight. And sometimes even during the day. I do have a new schedule that I had printed out here somewhere. We may share that with you, or I'll put it in the comments section of the program. There are live, super crazy, talented DJs going on all week on hot101.net. I am not one of them. That's why I talk, because I don't know how to do any of that. But great music going on all week, and then us on the weekends. And very proud to say that there will be new programs that have grown out of this program. Former guests that we had will be hosting their own programs coming up on hot101.net as the talk half of our station grows and grows and grows. If you don't know how to listen to it, the address is right there in front of you. It's hot101.net. Put that into your web browser and you're listening. Done. Piece of cake. If you have an Apple device, they have an Apple app. Go to the Apple App Store. If you have a Android device, I was going to say if you had a Google device. It's not correct. If you have an Android device, go to the Google Play Store and you'll find the app for hot101.net. And you can follow all things. If you missed any of the program, we'll back up again. If you missed any of the program, go to YouTube, youtube.com/that other side of information, and you will see the entirety of this program very, very shortly after it ends. George is tremendous in getting the program nearly immediately. I think it takes around an hour to convert it and get it posted up to YouTube. And if you've missed any of our previous programs, you can go to youtube.com/that other side of information, subscribe to the channel. You don't have to subscribe to watch. We just would appreciate it if you would, and then you would know every time that we post something there. But that is our library. That is our repository for recorded versions of this program. If you've ever missed a program, if you've seen half of it, didn't get to see the final half, missed a guest, something that maybe something said, a guest or that I said that really piqued your information, your piqued your interest, you want to go back to it. Did he really say that? Well, go to YouTube, you'll find out. Watch and you can hear it. And we'll be putting up the phone line later in the program. Our second guest of the evening has arrived. If you're watching on Facebook, you saw him pop in as we finished up with the team from DeSales, and he is now here to join us. If you read the show announcement, you'll know what he's here to talk about. We're going to do the heavy stuff first and the fun stuff after, because I got to talk to Christopher, of course, on the phone on Friday evening as we set up his appearance here this evening. My friend and our guest is Christopher Kowerdovich, and I did that a lot of times in my head, and I hope I got it right. I said it very slow in my brain 9 million times to make sure that I was respectful to my dear friend. Chris is going to discuss with us his work in Veterans Affairs and as a veteran himself. And I think that's what makes his work different. All those who do work with veterans are certainly doing God's work, but as a veteran himself, Chris is a very unique, not singular, sadly, but a unique perspective on the work that he does and his ability to share with you the work that he does. And then later on, after we get out of the heavy stuff, we're going to talk cars. We're going to have fun and talk cars. So, Christopher, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Jeff. And I have the opposite. My cousin's name is Jeff Kennedy, so it's very easy for me to remember that. But the only problem is I sometimes...
A hell of a lot easier to say, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, okay, which Jeff am I talking to? I got to keep my Jeff Kennedys correct, making sure I'm like, okay, am I texting? Who am I texting? Which Jeff Kennedy? My cousin?
Well, you can text me anytime. That's fine. I'm thrilled to get a message from you anytime you want.
I make sure that on his birthday, though, that a birthday text goes out to the right one.
To the proper place. Exactly. Well, Chris, when we had a chance to talk on Friday, I told you, I gave you a sneak preview of the test. I gave you the answers to the test. So I'm going to go back to the test and I'm going to begin exactly the way I promised you I was going to begin. Please tell everyone, our entire audience across Facebook and on hot101.net and literally around the globe, who is Christopher Kowerdovich and how did you get here?
All right, so my name is Christopher. I was born in Bridgeport, Connecticut. My family, when I was 10, we moved down to Pennsylvania. I was homeschooled, so that gave me a unique perspective, I think, of a worldview. I started at Reading Area Community College, and while I was in college, I read an article about there was a need for medics in the military. I was right during the peak of the Iraq War. It was around 2005, 2006 when I read that. I said, oh, I could join the National Guard. So I joined as a medic. I went to go and be in the National Guard as a medic. I'd been working in retail. I was going to community college. And I got to boot camp and going through first you go through 3 phases of boot camp. You go through red phase, blue phase, red, white, and blue. Those are the 3 phases. And the red phase is the hardest phase you go through. And they're kind of easier on you in white phase. And then you get into blue phase. It's really good. Better, well, it's better for boot camp. You're still working, you're still sleep deprived, all that stuff. And I get to blue phase, and I remember this moment I had. And I thought, this is so much better than working in the civilian world. And I stopped and I thought for a moment. I'm like, you're in boot camp. You're not supposed to be experiencing a better experience than what's going out there in our culture today. But there was always somebody there to help you. There was rules that were applied. And it really gave me an interesting thought, like, how messed up is this kind of corporate culture that we live in today? How hard am I working that when I get to boot camp, I feel, oh, I can just breathe. That's not the expression I expected to get in boot camp. I mean, yes, it was hard, red phase, I was sleep deprived. We're going out in the field, we're doing all these hard physical activities. And it was around 2006, and there was a culture change going on. We really seen our kind of, it's right before Pelosi gets elected. I went into my medical program after that, which was, pre-med, very, very hard program. 40% of people drop out of it. It's very hard. Went through that. I had that experience when I got back out, and I just always had remembered that. Then I went to community college, was almost finished with my associate's degree, and then I deployed to Iraq. In Iraq, I worked in a battalion aid station. For about 3 months, they had me going on, I was in a forward aid station where I'd go on patrol sometimes, and I've seen some combat in that situation. I get back, I'm running the aid station, and then I come back home to Pennsylvania. I'm dealing with some PTSD, but I'm going through the adjustment process. And again, I get that this kind of like deja vu again. I'm like, what? Culture is really changing. This is a lot different. I went from 08 to 09. So it was during the Great Recession. and President Obama came in. And I came back and I realized how much, like, there are lots of me that stayed the same, but I know people were so different. And I had to talk with my cousin, one of my cousins, and she's like, you got to make sure that you understand some things are different. There's been massive changes that's been going on in our society. It's like, it's not just you. And it was one of those, oh yeah. And we're like, and we were both trying to figure out, she's like, what's different? Because she's like, yeah, things feel a lot different than they did during, the Great Recession. And I think that really goes into where we started that political realignment. I really believe we're in the midst of a political realignment that's happened over the last decade or so. Emergence, and it's not been a bed of roses, so to speak. And to get back, I went to Penn State, got my degree in organizational leadership, was in sales management at Macy's, started getting politically advocating when I started seeing what was going on with the Tea Party. I started realizing, whoa, I thought we were on the right track. I thought America's on the right track. America's seen the problems that it had. We're on the right track. And then I started realizing, I'm like, no, oh my goodness, I took this for granted. I'm like, what was I thinking? I seen it rise up. And so I started getting politically active. I was really concerned about gerrymandering. I think one of the atrocities has been Citizens United in terms of just really destroying both, also the center. We often forget the liberal Republicans. I'm in Chester County, and there are lots of voters I talk with who would still identify as liberal Republican today. It's not something from the 1960s. It's something that's still there, but their voice is silenced.
Well, that was Eisenhower's Republican Party, wasn't it?
Yeah. Pennsylvania, he has it in Gettysburg, one of his homes. It's his retirement homes in Gettysburg, I believe. Mm-hmm. Not his presidential library. I think he has two. He's special. He gets two. Yeah.
Well, when you win a world war, you get some perks. Yeah.
And and you think of the civil rights stuff that he did in terms of the sending in the National Guard to desegregate the schools. You look at the 60s voting record, the 50s and the 60s of the Pennsylvania delegation across the board. And there were lots of what we would consider to be progressive and things Republicans just own today that the whole Republican delegation voted in sync for from up here. Medicare expansion. And so I see that a lot of that is still here, but I think with Citizens United, we often hear about how that really got rid of the blue dog, but I think it also got rid of the liberal Republican. They can't get through a primary because they're gonna have money thrown at them. So I'm getting a little sidetracked on my own.
Look, we were always going to get into that. That's how how we've met. We're going to get into politics at some point. That's how we met.
Oh yeah.
So please have at it. Go for it.
Okay, great. And so 16 rolls around. I had supported Bernie in the primary, and I felt that Hillary the people were just not connected. Something was off. I could just feel the people were not connected. And so I quit my job, my management job, and I went to work on her campaign because I really thought I really had a feeling this was not going to go well. People were too contentious. It was such a contentious moment. And since then I've been politically organizing during the reign of 45, which is kind of still going on in a way in the background.
Yeah, I do think I'd like to think it's quieter. I suppose it is quieter because I don't think most of us, including a fair number of self-identified Republicans, because I don't think there's a lot of real ones, to be honest. But I think they do what they're told, not think enough, sadly. But that said, that we all woke up, grabbed our phones and said, all right, what shitstorm are we walking into today? Excuse my French. I very rarely cuss on this program, but what kind of bat guano crazy storm are we running into today? And we don't have to do that anymore. And you mentioned the right track, wrong track, not necessarily the polls, although I do think they're one of the most illustrative and meaningful political polls that we have in the country now. They're the right track, wrong track, the simple poll question of, do you think America's on the right track or wrong track? And they've been consistently trending down since probably the W. Bush administration consistently trending down. And they actually did trend down during the Obama years, and they've actually begun to tick up again.
Is wonderful.
Since President Biden was inaugurated, they've actually begun to tick up again. And I realize that there's also a lot of folks, and by the way, folks that listen to this program, and don't let me think that you're not out there self-identified conservatives, because you are, and I know you are. So even there, we've actually begun to see that. I don't think you were referring to that poll necessarily, but that
no, but that's a really
is starting to tick up, and I think that's a very good thing.
So I remember there was
you know what it is, Chris? I think you can disagree with what's going on in the country, but still somehow have a feeling that things are getting better.
Correct.
We can still disagree, but feel better about our country.
I remember the first poll that really shocked me, having been in the military. I guess you call me a geriatric baby, geriatric millennial. Okay, I'll go with that term. I still remember the Cold War a little bit, and yeah, geriatric millennial. I love it. I heard that term the other day. I'm like, okay, fine, I can be geriatric.
Fantastic.
I'm going to the early bird
when
special.
I see you, the next time I see you at a state committee, I'm going to bring you a cane or something just to be,
I love it.
Here's your geriatric, but like with flames on it or something. It's like, here's your geriatric millennial cane.
I can do the cane, I can do the whole thing. We're going to do the whole thing. I'll do
it's fantastic.
I love that. I love that. I remember the Cold War. I can still remember a little bit of the Cold War, and or there was a residual impact until about the late 90s. People were still had that Cold War fear. And I remember when communism polled better than Congress.
Yeah.
That's a real poll. Like people, and I said to myself,
yes,
there is a question here of legitimacy. More people are approving of communism than they're approving of the legislative chamber.
Isn't that the constant assault by Reagan's Republican Party on the government itself? Isn't that all part of the strategy and the structure of this large entity? An entity that, and I use these words very intentionally, that we, the people, endowed with power.
Right.
Lawmaking power, regulatory power, protective powers, and I don't just mean the military, but domestic protective powers to protect you from food that will poison you, water that will kill you, to protect you from predatory lenders, and for-profit colleges, by the way, hearkening back to our previous guests.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The assault, the 40+ year assault, and I would say even more, because you and I talked on Friday, back into at the beginning of the Nixon era, that government is not here to help you. Well, bull, it is, and isn't that part of what? I'm not trying to start a cheering section for President Biden, but isn't that part of what he has restored? Is that government is here to help you and can help you. And no, I don't want my government making my TV. I don't want it making the computer that you and I are speaking on. I don't want it making the water that I'm trying to drink because I'm getting a hell of a headache. But I do want government to make sure that the company that makes this computer doesn't rip me off, and that the water that I'm drinking doesn't kill me.
I always say I'm a social market economy. That's what I believe in. I really believe in the social market economy. And this is what I see. This is how I perceived it. I think in the era of post-structuralism, what conservatives did was they wanted to deconstruct an institution. And they're focused on deconstructing one institution of power, government, right? It was almost this rhetorical response to an era where we had problems. We had problems with mental hospitals, too many people being locked up in mental institutions. And there were problems. And the famous quote by Reagan you hear Republicans say is, the government's not the problem, government is the problem, government's not the solution.
Right, not the government. Right. Then what was the thing? The 9 scariest words. I'm from the government.
I'm here from the government,
which is, just the most heinous piece of BS.
One of the interesting things, though, about Ronald Reagan's statement of that was they don't quote the beginning part. You know what he says? At this time. And in that time, there was hyperinflation, and they had to get inflation under control. Okay, that's not the moment we're living in, and it's this thing where it's always this government's always the problem. Even Reagan said there was a time for it. It was a moment. It wasn't a movement. And that moment, I think it turned into what should have been a moment turned into a movement. And that's where it. And I think that's where a lot of what we see today is this kind of flaming to keep that alive in a time when we do need government. You know, Bush allowed, didn't Bush allow for like Maytag and some other company to merge and basically create a monopoly? I believe it was.
Many. Oh goodness,
Yeah.
many.
We're living in a
But you know
monopoly.
what? That makes me want to get. Look, you were worried when we talked on Friday on the phone of what we were going to talk about. Did I tell you this was going to be easy? I told you this is going to be casual and easy, and here we are. We're off and running. I want to ask you about something though.
Okay.
Because you brought up the W. Bush administration. That administration, and W. Bush is on record as having said that when I'm president, I'm going to start a war because wartime presidents are more popular. That's how they get other things done. He attempted to use the successes, the general early successes of Iraq to privatize Social Security. That clearly didn't work and didn't happen because it turns out, and who would have ever known that self-identified conservatives and Republicans who hate government love Social Security? Gee, whoever would have thought? And by the way, when Eisenhower ran for re-election in 1956, sorry, 56? Yeah, 56.
Yeah.
No, re-election. Wait, I'm goofing up.
Yeah,
re-election.
Re-election.
I got it. Re-election in 56. He ran on a platform of having strengthened and increased the ability of people to become unions and expanding Social Security. In fact, there's a very famous quote of him saying that those who would like to destroy Social Security are few and stupid, was, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think I have a meme of it somewhere. I'll try to send it to George if I can during the program. But folks who joined the military during the W. Bush years to be the flesh and bone financing of these military endeavors, which were done nearly exclusively to the profit of a very few companies. And we also saw the vast privatization of the military during that time. Now it is that Senator Sanders tells us that now nearly half of the entire. Now, there's some discrepancy. There's some arguments. Let me put it that way. There's some discussions, respectful disagreements on what the actual dollars are. Most of the public believes it's in the not 800 plus billion range. Senator Sanders tells us that the real military budget is about 1.1 trillion, and that
how that can be objectively though measured,
right?
Line by line.
He tends to drag. He drags in ancillary.
Oh no, I've seen the 1.1,
but I believe it's 1.1 trillion.
But
my point is, half of that is going to private contractors. You folks, as trained military, you don't build your own tents anymore. You don't cook your own food. You don't. What? Tell me about the promises that were made to good-hearted, red-blooded, patriotic Americans like yourself, who felt the call to service during the W. Bush years. We're going to pay your college and the medical and the job training. And then, poof, none of it happened.
Goes away. Well,
tell me about that.
Yeah, that's good. That's a great topic to pivot into. I first want to talk about the money going halfway, and then I'm going to answer the second half of your question.
Please,
that.
You're the guest.
So when I was in Iraq, I lived under statism. It was a very interesting experience because everything was run by one company called KBR. Who had been the president of KBR has with Dick Cheney's company that he was linked to. Halliburton.
That would be Halliburton. Halliburton was on the verge of bankruptcy. When Cheney was vice president, he never fully divested himself from Halliburton, continued to take a check. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. They are now one of the world's largest corporations because they received most, if not all, of the no bid contracts to privatize previous military responsibilities during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And KBR was it's something in root, KBR, something regardless. They're connected.
Oh yeah, I forget what it stood for. But everything was, everywhere you went, it was KBR, food halls. My laundry was washed by KBR. I mean, don't get me wrong.
But these are services, though, Chris, that the military previous to that point did for itself. And at a much lower cost, by the way.
Laundry my whole life by myself.
Well, you don't understand what I'm saying, but I mean,
I never had somebody outsource laundry.
You had the military had a unit to do laundry. You cooked for yourselves. You built your own camps. You put your tents.
I think back in a lot of wars, a lot of times you did your own laundry. You just did your own laundry when you could. I mean, there was benefits to it, efficiency. There's water issues and stuff. It's not bad, but I just remember thinking, I've never in my military experience or in my civilian life had this concept that somebody needed to do my laundry. When I was at boot camp and I was at AIT, it was never part of the training. It was just all of a sudden it was like, we're going to do your laundry for you. And it could actually be problematic, for some people, because the times of you had to go to the main base, pop off the laundry, you had to have enough uniforms to wear, you had to coordinate that clothes coming back. So it was it could be, I remember there were sometimes problems for people with it. It was nice to have, the food was great in Iraq. But I mean, what I had heard, I don't know if it's true. This is what they were telling us. They're like, yeah, we're talking over a decade ago. It's costing us $40 a meal. And I'm like, yeah.
Think about this, folks. For all of you listening and watching, think about that. Would you go out to eat 3 times a day at $40 a pop, at $120 a day? Would you go out to eat? You would not do that in your own personal life, but that's what we're paying an outside corporation to feed troops. Now, before anybody blows a gasket or breaks a blood vessel, geez, Jeff, are you advocating that we don't feed our troops? For God's sakes, of course not. But we certainly don't have to do it with an outside corporation at $40 a pop. To provide a service, provide a function to our troops that they are perfectly capable and used to provide for themselves at a much lower cost. And quickly, I want to mention in the chat, it was Franz was nice enough to send me a text. He's listening in via the Zoom. I let Franz in, the professor of Pennsylvania politics emeritus. Franz, I let him in the Zoom room so he can listen because he doesn't have online and can't do the Facebook. So he listens through the phone, or he listens through his phone through Facebook. Reminds me that it's Kellogg, Brown, and Root was KBR, Chris. Kellogg, Brown, and Root. Okay. And once I read it on the screen, geez, of course, that's who it was. Goodness, I should have known that. And folks watching on Facebook, you'll see a graphic that we put up of our country before Reagan and after. Have a look at that. It's shocking.
So
Chris, please go ahead.
I just wanted to, while you were talking, I wanted to go into an inflation calculator because I love numbers. And I wanted to see how much it would be per day in today's dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I rounded down, not the change, $149 per day.
Oh, so now, okay. So it was 40,
when we adjust it to inflation from 2000,
gotcha.
That's 2009, right? We're talking adding it all up for 3 meals a day. Food was good. It was good quality. It wasn't. I had no complaint about the quality of the food. It was very good. And there are risks about bringing it into combat, and there are things, but these are no bid contracts. These are just handed to them, whatever they want to charge, and it really doesn't. Everything was done by this one business. And so, when we talk about the private contractors in the military being a problem, I've seen it firsthand, and I can tell you something. I've talked with, when I got back, with my friend who was at the time been working at the RNC. I was horrified. He's like, I can't believe what is going on? He told me, he's like, to this day, he's like, I hope you don't mind, Chris. I still talk about your experience with KBR. Like, to this day, he's like, do you mind? I'm like, no, it needs to get out there. And having private civilian contractors, there is a place for it in the military, absolutely. And there are certain jobs that can be done with civilians. There are things, they can be force multipliers, they can help, they can relieve certain responsibilities, but it's the profit. And these weren't staffed by Americans. They had people coming from a lot of I think from the Philippines and other countries who are coming. Now, there is a history of people from the Philippines coming when we have a war and running a lot of our base camp. That has historically happened in Vietnam, in other conflicts. America had, we occupy them for a while, or was it a colony? I forget exactly what the
Philippines was a Spanish colony. Then it was an American, I believe it was an American protectorate. Which is a different classification.
I'm like, I can't remember the language.
And then, of course, when they were conquered by the Japanese in World War II, we liberated.
Right. I couldn't remember exactly how all that structured, but there was a relationship there.
Right. I believe I have that. I'm working entirely from memory, but I believe I have that correct.
Yeah. And so that's the other thing. So in my viewpoint, these people, you go over there, they went with their, the first thing I want to say, though, before we say that, is some people gave it all. Especially with Memorial Day weekend coming, we have to remember some people paid the ultimate sacrifice, their life. So, I'm always grateful to have come back. But to those, and part of their memory is to honor those who are still here with us. I do believe that's a portion of what we need to do. And people paid for these benefits. These are not free things. I was working 14, 16-hour days. I can remember at boot camp, they did a calculation. They're like, we're making like $1 an hour. You're working for those benefits. Those are earned benefits. Those are not just a promise. That is an earned benefit that people are, need to receive. And they need to receive that because we're having, Ted Cruz and this whole tweet he did today, I know we'll talk about that later on, in part because we're having a problem recruiting in the military. And part of the reason why is because we're not keeping our promises. When we cut pensions, when we cut, they said, oh yeah, we're going to give you the full pensions when you get back. And then they give them partial pensions. And then they want to do all these different cuts they make. People pay for that stuff with their blood, their sweat, their tears. They paid for a dear price. They paid for it with their bodies. They come back and they're not the same mentally. And a lot of times physically too. We often forget. There are a lot of one of the things, great that we're talking about PTSD now, but when you went with 100 pounds of body armor on and you're going on patrol day in and day out, it ruins your body. You come back with all kind of, we call it, for every, what I think the Marines had a saying, for every year you're in combat, you age 3.
Are you one of the,
You're in the Marines. Sorry.
Are you one of the soldiers that had to, I remember from that time you sparked something in my memory, because occasionally the old gray matter actually works. I remember during that time what seemed like, and I actually do not use this term lightly, what seemed like an epidemic of Americans having to raise money privately to buy their loved ones who were in combat body armor and helmets and plating for under the Humvees in case you ran over an IED. Did you have to suffer any of that in your experiences?
I was very fortunate. I was not at that time. I was under General Petraeus. Obama came in, it was the end of the Bush era. But I remember the steel plant in our community. It was out here in Coatesville, Pennsylvania. And they were making the steel plates. It was bad. They were working. They were tirelessly trying to figure out something. And how how our union steelworkers were working to make sure that we got the steel we needed. Bush had a war. Bush was just allowing, like under that, the steel to go to Europe. He wanted everything was to be outsourced. But they wanted, it was horrible. They were shutting down our steel plants during the Bush administration. Shutting down steel plants, and we don't have the steel which we need to protect our troops. Shutting it down. What is wrong with that? The worst since the Great Depression factory drain out in this country happened under Bush's watch. And now
Started the war in the first place.
Yes.
Who started the damn thing in the first place? And
Don't
then
shut down the factory you need for the war.
and then
Don't
gave
shut
you a
down the factory you
laundry
need
list.
for the war.
And gave you a laundry list of promises. Kept none of them.
Yeah. Or they'll partially. Oh, well, we did something for them. We're going to do something. Every time, I remember when the GI Bill went to go passed. And how, well, we have our reserves about it. They were supposed to give it to everyone. 100% you served. Like, well, we're going to have to create this really complex system where we'll give everybody, but we're going to give it a percentage. We're not going to give you your full GI Bill. And we're going to prioritize active duty over reservists. And it was one of those things where they're constantly trying to say, look at all the stuff we're doing, but not doing a lot. Under Trump, let's go to Mr. 45. My Coatesville VA hospital had 24-hour patient urgent care center. It's urgent care, and you can have an urgent problem at any time. Right. Life doesn't stop. And particularly when you are wanting to work. I hear Republicans or conservatives and stuff all the time want to talk about, oh, we need to get people off of disability. So the veterans who are working, trying to support themselves, it's great when they have an urgent care center, when they get home, they can go to their urgent care center. Rational, right? Rational thinking. First, they cut it back to 7 to 7, Monday through Friday, and 7 to 3 on the weekends. Okay. Still pretty bad.
If you're going to have an emergency, please do it between these hours.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Right. If you're going to have an emergency, please do it between these hours. And
after that, don't have any emergencies.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Like,
please only do it during business hours.
During business hours. So you think that's bad?
Banker's hours, really.
And then the new hours, which at the end he snuck in, he cut it back again. They do a second round of cutbacks. So the first round of cutbacks is pretty bad. But still, if you're a working person, veteran, or family member or spouse or whoever is using it, still had access during those off hours when you come home from work. Now, 7:30 to 3:30, Monday through Friday. Let's think about that for a moment. Most people work in their 9 to 5. I live out in the rural area. I don't know why it's this way, but it's like 8 to 4, right? Out here in these more rural parts or early birds. And now in modern culture, what is it? 8 to 5. You have an hour for lunch, but we're not going to pay you, right?
Right.
And so when are these people supposed to go to urgent care? When are you supposed to be able to get the care you want? It's a cut of a benefit. And oh, I love the veterans. Why are you cutting the benefits? They did that. You know why? So they could put money into the Choice Act. They could take that money and put it into privatization, I'm hearing all this training for doctors. I don't know. We want to train all the doctors on all this stuff for veterans. So we're going to pay for all medical doctors continuing ed. Because they're going to count, oh, look, I did all this continuing ed for the VA and I don't have to pay for it. Right? No, we should just use our VA, not have to train. Now we have to train all the civilian doctors. And so it's just turning into kind of like every new ailment that comes up, right? We're going to start training them. So do doctors get, you know what I mean?
One of the great talking points, I think, Chris, that we as Democrats, we do use it, but I don't think we always use it effectively or enough. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to get off into this rabbit hole. Maybe you'll come back again and we'll talk about it, because I know that you work on this as well. And I know that Professor Chuck is listening, and he, works with one pair of states and so on this. We do have socialized medicine in this country. We have a single payer system. It's called the VA. Yes. And the VA consistently is it, I think on a bad day, it's maybe in the 75% range approval or not approval, but how much people like the service. It's usually up in the 90s.
Oh,
I think
I've
even
only ever seen it in the 90s. I've
yeah,
only ever seen
I mean, but we do have a single payer socialized medicine
I love it.
system in
no,
this
we have two
country.
single payers. No, we have another single payer
Well,
system.
Medicare.
No, Army, military. When I was deployed to Iraq, it was single payer again. And I loved working in that system. I absolutely was wonderful. And I had a doctor tell me this. I had a patient come in, and I didn't put the pulse oximeter on them to check their oxygen level in their blood, because that's not really always needed. Emergency medicine, you throw it on just to see if something's going on with them.
Right.
You never know. You're
Right.
trying to diagnose, and you just have a statistic there just to keep it in there. When you're the person probably drug overdose, you put the oxygen level there just to keep another number in there for when you get to the hospital. Give them as much data as possible to figure out what's going on. But this is regular clinical. Most of the people got the sniffles type stuff. Okay. He told me this, Christopher. If we if we establish that you don't need to put that on every patient, we're going to allow the insurance companies to come back and not allow us to do it to every patient in the civilian world. And that's $5 more that we get to charge the patients.
Wow.
And I remember thinking, I'm like, wow, what is wrong with our medicine system? Wow. Yes. I mean, you look at the per capita we spend on healthcare and the bad outcomes we get.
Yep.
I absolutely
Because
love
we're the only nation on earth with a for-profit system, period.
Yeah.
Period.
I love it. I went to the VA and some of the nurses, one of the nurses pulled me aside and just said, Chris, here's the thing about the VA. It's like, we don't have to get referrals. When you need something done, we can send you to a specialist. And having worked in the medical field, she looked at me and I looked at her and I realized that I didn't want to deal with anything else because I understood. She's like, you understand there's a bureaucracy there, which is part of the problem. There's a bureaucracy there and it can be hard for anybody to work through. And healthcare, here's the thing about healthcare, is it's so personal. Anything about healthcare is personal. So it can be very hard to deal with, period. Matter even if you're in the best hospital or the worst hospital. You're always going to have some experiences that are unpleasant. And just the nature of going to the hospital when your doctor gives you unpleasant news. There's, so you're going to have that. And some VAs are worse, and all VAs are not the same, but Coatesville has a very high rating. The other day, it was funny, it seemed like I'd never seen it before. There was a Google rating of the hospital. And you know how Google has, or Google ratings, and it was 5-star. Every person, there were 7 people who rated their services 5 stars each. And I agree with that, but I absolutely love, for the most part. I mean, there are some problems, but I've never had healthcare, maybe when I was like 5, besides from the VA. I grew up for 15 years of my life without health insurance. I got into the National Guard, and I know Hillary Clinton was one of the people who led the initiatives to get TRICARE Reserve Select, it's called, and 15% copay. I remember these things. I'm going to remember because it was so exciting moment of my life. And I went, I filled out the form, and I signed up. It was $81 a month, and I was ecstatic. I had health insurance. I could not believe it. I felt privileged. I had this great health insurance experience, and so many people in this country in a for-profit system where you look at how much we pay for Medicare and Medicaid and the pharmacy. Some countries, I think they spend the same amount of money and they provide it for everybody because we're spending so much on our drugs and such. When you look at how much money they spend out and per citizen, we're in some countries we're paying the same amount, but we're not getting full coverage. It's like we're paying and we're getting half coverage.
Let me get back to you a little bit and ask you a question. I'm getting reverb, by the way, from your speakers, but let me ask you a question about yourself and your experience. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and I think to a lesser extent, Afghanistan, were not exactly the most popular endeavors. Did you face any, and I'm asking you entirely because I don't know the answer. Did you face any backlash when you returned for having been part of it?
Yeah, but it was a weird. Do you still having the noise? Is this better now? I kind of changed.
No, I
it.
did. I didn't hear myself anymore. It's probably just the speakers
Okay.
are big on themselves. But thank you for whatever adjustment you made. Thank you.
Yeah, I had my cell phone next to it, and that sometimes just makes computers go wacky with two electronics near there. It's just they lose their mind. So for me, when I got back, it was more of, I think it was a combination of things. So yes, I felt it, but I knew there were other underlying social issues that were going on. It was a whole rejection of Bushism. And there were people who were like, well, yeah, I don't support the war anymore. And that was I thought was really interesting, with how people, the term that somebody told me, but I just don't support the war anymore. So you did support the war. I signed up when you supported the war.
Right.
And now you're coming back kind of in this tone. I had that. I think one of the beautiful things, and I'm forever grateful to the Vietnam veterans, because man, did they come through.
Right.
I had,
and they really bore the brunt of a very return, a very unwelcome return.
I think there was a lot of it, but a lot of them were where you were going to land in there and you were going to eat a big breakfast, and you were going to have your experience when you got home. And in a weird way, you transition home in a very secure base. You're not going into a public airport. So I landed in Fort Dix, New Jersey. And so the environment of coming home was very protected, right? So it kind of, you weren't, right, you kind of have to disclose it. Like, people don't necessarily know that you were in Iraq. They're like, oh, I didn't even realize you served in Iraq, right? There's a lot of that. And I think that is one of those things where I didn't personally experience it a lot. I did see it a little bit. When I came home, I landed in Fort Dix, New Jersey. I was excited because I first landed in Germany. So I decided, I was like, we're in the German airport and there are all these restaurants. I'm just going to eat. I'm going to eat everything. I don't know, when you get off the airplane, you can be for like 12 hours. You can I'm like, I'm in Germany. I'm going to try everything I can. I'm like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to experience at home.
Sorry, that was me.
Okay. So when I got off the airplane, the Vietnam veterans set up this beautiful buffet with everything for us. And they were like, why don't you want to eat? I'm like, I just got from Germany here. And then I think it was like in the airplane, they gave us a meal there. I was like, oh, I better have this light meal. I'm like, I better eat a meal here because I don't know what's going to happen. But it was a funny experience because I'm like, and I felt so bad because they're like, we made this big meal for you. And I'm like, and I told the one person, like, I was just in Germany and really ate a lot. And they were like, oh, like this is the only time I'm going to get to Germany. I was like so excited to, it was just exciting to get out of, I'm out of the desert. I'm in, I was in Germany. It was fall. It was beautiful. We were like on this military compound there, and it was beautiful weather. So I was just happy to be, beautiful fall weather in Northern Europe. So, like from dealing with the heat all summer, I was like, oh, this is nice. It was September when I came back. And so my experience was, it was a really pleasant one the moment I came back, which I think, and that's something, but that's part of what we've learned. We've got to respect, it goes back to it. These benefits that were promised and get cut, and partial pensions or all these other things. Well, we're not going to cut. We'll make sure you get the medical care you need. It's not just about the medical care. It's about the college education. It's about those sacrifices people made, right? All those things, all the benefits they get. You can't just pick and choose. And I think Washington does a good job at that. They like to pick and choose the benefit of the week. They're going to focus on, these are the things that are really, are our priority for veterans. This is what veterans need without, they're talking at veterans, not necessarily to veterans. I'm grateful for people like you, Jeff, that are actually talking to veterans, which I think is what we need to more do, you know?
Tell me, look, you do a lot of work inside the party, but you also do a lot of work with fellow veterans. This question is going to seem horribly inadequate, I suppose, or I fear it will be, and it is obviously going to be true, way oversimplified and generalized. I do think most Americans are aware of at least some of the issues that face our returning veterans. There's their mental health,
Correct.
the obvious physical health issues, especially anyone who has seen combat or who has, we see the horrible disfigurements and ravages that are left of the body if you were close to any sort of IED. The homelessness, the addiction issues, the anger issues, and maybe something we can touch on before we have to go, the dramatic number of your fellow veterans who are marching, no pun intended, marching straight into police departments across the country. But what is, and maybe I answered my own question, but what is it that you are working on? What are the top issues, problems that are confronting your fellow veterans that you work on, that you hear about most, that you deal with on a day-to-day basis? What are the biggies? What are the big ones? Is it the addiction, the homelessness, the reintegration? What is it what are the big ones that you highlight that are important to you, that really stand out?
So I'm a little bit biased in this answer because I was a medic. And in the party, when you have medical trained skills, I had a year worth of pre-med, then I was trained by an LPN to an RN to a physician assistant to finally being trained by a medical doctor from the Mayo Clinic. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just trying to say I went through this intensive program medically. So for a lot of when I go out there and advocate, there are issues like homelessness that are really, really critically important. But my work tends to end up focusing on a lot of medical, hospital, clinical type of work environment, mental health, PTSD. We often forget about military sexual trauma. That's another one that's really important that I've worked with. And a lot of healthcare issues I have done. But here's what I think. I think our country is lacking, and what you said, you answered your own question. You kind of half answered it, I think. I think what we're lacking is social cohesion. We have a major problem because we decided not we the people, no. Goes back to the Citizens United thing. We decided to become an oligarchy, and everything's about the politics of division. We see it, and I'm concerned to sometimes even see it on the left, this very divisiveness on both the right. I think it's more on the right, but there is some undertones in the left that I'm concerned about. What we need to understand what we can help a lot of veterans by social cohesion. And that's why we have these programs for veterans. It's why, in Europe, after World War II, they all came together. And during the era when we've seen a lot of what they called them Christian democratic parties, right? We've seen them create the welfare state. We've seen them create these big programs. We've seen them take care of universal health care, paid vacation time, all these, perks and benefits and social programs. And what they said is you need it to get social cohesion. We need social cohesion in this country. And I know we're going to talk about cars a little bit later, but I think that's part of it, is the fact that people don't have car ownership in this country. And those are type of things where I see veterans up on the Hill who cannot have access to a car. And it's a major problem for them to do it. The Hill, sorry, that's an expression where when people are recovering at the hospital, it's up on a hill and they're in the hill and they have car issue access. And these are people with high skills, people with good transferable civilian skills, people who should be able to work. But I think we're in such a malaise type of state. It reminds me of almost like the 1970s malaise era, where it's different. There's a very different. I think I always felt Jimmy Carter softly landed the airplane. I always say he was the best pilot to softly land the airplane. Donald Trump came in there, and it was like bam right into the mountain. And it's part of, we're going to get rid of every government institution. And now we don't have social cohesion. And now we have Nazis marching in the streets in our country. And I think in a way that that's one of the things. I mean, veterans homelessness is most definitely a problem. Access to, I think a lot of it's economics. I think it really comes down to making sure people they can get their housing vouchers, they get their full pensions, they get their full GI Bill benefits so that they can go to school and get the training that they need. I think if we fully fund these services, and we noticed that when Obama launched the housing program, veteran homelessness dropped by 42%, and we're getting there.
We know that communities of color are dramatically underserved in this country. And, I'm not breaking any new ground here, God knows, by saying that racism is obviously a key component to that, if not the foundation of it. Are veterans communities underserved in similar ways, if not based on race, at least just underserved?
Yeah, I think in a way, compared to what the will support of the people is, particularly if you look at what polling says about like when we go to cut veterans benefits and how the American people are vastly against it, and yet somehow they still have it, right? It's the fact that we're a small community. We are a smaller community, and yet we're everywhere. So everybody's family, everybody has a member somehow connected to the military. Almost everybody in our country seems to have this way. I will say this too. There's a cross-sectional, being a veteran and being a minority, which does make a double disadvantage. I think you see it's about a third of all homeless are African American versus 12% of the veteran population. And that's in the veteran homeless community. I should clarify. 1/3 are homeless, of the homeless people. So I think those structural barriers, and then you go into the military, and it can be a mixed results, right? There's mixed results. For some people, it's just an opportunity where they get paid a fair pay grade. They feel like they don't have to negotiate with power structures. They can just follow the bureaucratic processes and raise through the ranks. But for others, there's even problems with that, with performance evaluations, harsher uniform military code of justice. But I do think there's also, I would agree that there are aspects of that is marginalizing.
7:01 Eastern Time here in the East Coast of the United States, here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Christopher Kowerdovich. I say it so many times real slow because I'm going to screw it up, and that's extremely disrespectful. So I say it slow like I'm foolish, but then again, I am kind of foolish. We're discussing veterans issues, but we're going to transition to a bit of a lighter topic here at some point. There's a couple more questions I want to get to in the veterans issues. Wherever you are on Facebook, thanks for being there. Join the comments section, join the chat, come on over to that other side of information. That is the home group page for the program. And you know, that page isn't just there when the program's on. We're there it's Facebook. It never gets turned off. It's there 24/7. Check out the articles that we post there. And they're not all politics articles either. There's there's photos, there's environmental issues, there's educational issues. Yeah, it's primarily politics, let's be blunt, but you know, there's some other stuff there. A lot of science, actually, a lot of astronomy and science articles are posted there as well. Sisters and brothers, everybody, family at hot101.net. Thanks for being there again, whether you're listening on your laptops, your desktops, smart speakers, phones, in your car, over the Bluetooth, however you take in hot101.net. Thanks for being there. We have put up the phone number. So if you're on Facebook, you can see the phone number. For our friends listening purely audio, globally, I love saying the fact that we have a global audience, and I know for a fact that we do, by the way. Thank you all for being there. The number is on the screen, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. You can call with questions for me, for Christopher, yell, scream, agree, disagree, ask your interrogatory questions, whatever it is that's on your mind. This is an interactive program. It's not a lecture. So be part of the program. For those of you listening on the radio, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189 is our fancy Google Voice singular phone number where you can reach the program. Chris, I want to ask you though about, I brought it up, we didn't quite get to it. Does the sheer number of your fellow veterans who are marching off, who either marched off the battlefield, and again, no pun intended, marched off the battlefield, or that are coming out of service and going direct into police departments across the country, are you of the opinion that that has contributed to, added to the amount of conflict between communities and their police, the rise in police violence? Is it not connected? What does your experience tell you, both being in the military as a medic and now being a veteran trying to help veterans out of the military? Is that something that concerns you, and what does your experience inform you on that topic?
See, I've actually had the other kind of problem. I actually think that these police officers that I've seen a lot of these shootings are not done by veterans. They're not veterans that are coming home doing it. Veterans have had years and years of training on how to handle that weapon. And we throw these rookies out there who have no situational awareness. I took criminal justice in college, and I was the darling of the professor. You know what I said? He said, "You know how to patrol better than police officers do." There's a lot of professionalization that has gone through going in the military. I think there's this misconception out there that people are going to come out from the military and they're just going to be gun-ho and ready to attack the civilians out there. I don't see that. I see the military training through protocol, through discipline, through they actually wanting to serve their country and continuing their service. So I was actually really concerned because it was in the middle of the Black Lives Matter kind of movement. I started saying, wait a minute, where are military personnel? One person who'd been in the military, he said he'd heard racist protocols being produced, and he was the one who stepped up. I forget who it was. And he resigned and brought awareness to the issue. So I actually think that these people, I just see these police officers that don't have respect either. Military is a very big culture of respect. And I don't go through anything what people of color go through, obviously. But just my general experience dealing with the police is they're not respectful. I think they could be more respectful and just in general to me. And and that's why I wonder. So I wonder if that's actually can improve things. I think there is a way, if they're trained properly on the protocols, right? Because when you're in the military, you're trained on what environment you're going to be working in. Are you going to make contact? Are you going to break contact? How to be. That is drilled into you. Muscle memory. How to operate in these situations. You have seen in Iraq, you've seen some abuse of powers, yeah. But for the most part, I think there is these veterans, and I wonder too how many of them are people of color trying to get in there, because it can be very hard for people of color to pass a security background and everything, and they've had that experience. So I think actually I don't really see it being problematic. I haven't really seen. I've always seen it's with people without the experience and the skills. And whenever I see these situations go down, I always think, what the bleep? How do you not have the discipline to carry your weapon like that? How did you let that happen? Like, to me, I in my mind, I'm going through critiquing it. I wasn't medic. Wasn't going through like a military police or infantry. I'm a medic here, and I think to myself, wow, what a loser you are. You can't even do your job. That's so unprofessional. So I don't know. And I wonder if that is why police officers are trying to get people with that military experience to have the discipline.
So do you think that the amount of media attention, or dare I even say punditry, that believes that military to police pipeline is an issue, do you believe that it's a misidentified issue? Is it a misidentified concern? We talk about the militarization of the police. We talk about even the subtleties of referring to the police as public safety officers and peacekeepers and protectors, now to enforcement officers. Even that subtle little semantical argument of that we don't talk about them necessarily as public safety anymore. We don't talk about them as peacekeepers in a way, or protectors of the public. They are law enforcement officers, this very heavy thing down on top of you. So but the media seems to have given, and people in my area who do these talk shows on a regular basis do seem to think that this military to police pipeline, and I actually happen to think that it is a very natural transition to take somebody with all of that training and put them in that position.
Right.
Do you think that this is an overblown topic? Am I missing?
So I think we're misguiding two things. We're talking about people and objects, and military equipment and gear. Okay. That is something completely problematic.
Okay.
The fact that they're getting these military grade weapons, they're getting these military grade equipment. These trucks are things that I didn't even have in the National Guard. I'm like, so this is kind of the supplying the military surplus to police departments. That pipeline of military equipment to police department, that pipeline, I think, is different than the people. And there's this conception, well, if they have all that training, they know how to use it, and then the equipment comes in. Yes, I think it's more of an equipment issue, which is, I think, two separate issues. Because obviously, what can happen if you have the training, right? And this is a case-by-case individual assessment. Like, are they bringing them into militarize? If they're bringing somebody off of active duty for 10 years to militarize a police department, and that's the objective of chief of police, then that is a problem, right? It's not necessarily that. So I think you can, situation by situation, and I don't know every situation, right? There could be somebody who has seen a bunch of people who came from the military and all this military equipment come in, and then say, well, this is problematic. And absolutely, I don't. First off, you don't need these tanks. That's what the National Guard is for. This military equipment goes to the National Guard, and you know what you can do? You can save some of that money and actually pay veterans their benefits. How about doing that? Rather than creating all this surplus, quote unquote. Is it paying surplus, or is it a backhanded way to get police departments more things that they don't really need? I think you're there to serve and protect. You are the first line, and you don't necessarily, you're in the police. There is risk being a police officer. And I do acknowledge that, they're putting their life on the line. but you can't go in there with a machine gun. You can't go in there with this big tankers, all this gear and all this stuff. It creates a police state. That's what, we don't want to do. So I am very adamantly against the military policing products. I mean, body armor, they have to. It's protective gear and stuff like that. Those are things I understand. And I seen a picture going around Facebook the other day, and it showed like this cop car, and it looks so like camouflaged versus like the European police cars that are bright and easy to see.
Yes, they actually are.
If you
They
can
have the
look
red,
behind
the yellow and black checkered stripes are sometimes neon colored. There's lights all over the darn place.
Right.
We all know what the European police siren sounds like. It's a very penetrating sound. It's a very penetrating sound. But yeah, no, it's true. It's true. That's interesting that you would.
But if you look at my camouflage in the background, if you're watching on there, you can see I have it's a red cross and a red crescent on my bag, my medic bag, and it was to signal. Right. In some combat places where I was a target, I had to take it off because I became a target. But I always wanted to signal, I'm here to help you. I was a medic. And that's another thing. Like a lot of medics that come out as police officers have extensive medical training that if they are the first responder on the scene, they can save your life. I look at it, police are supposed to be under the umbrella of emergency services. That's to me what police officers are supposed to be the focus on, is being there when there's an emergency, whether it be domestic violence, unfortunately, which is what most police have to deal with. At least a lot of times, that's what most of the calls are, to the first 911 person who's up the street, and they can get there before somebody else. When there's a 911 call and you're 2 minutes away, if there's a police officer, they can save their life. So I think the emergency service is what should be the focus of police departments, not these big tanks. Like, it intimidates their community. You're not here to intimidate your community. You're actually supposed to give people a sense of safety.
Two things I want to touch on before we transition topics. I, on a regular basis on this program, will refer to, and in other political work, refer to the United States military as the largest socialist institution on the face of the planet. By definition, anything that we all pay into to provide a service, a protection, insert proper word here, something that we all, education, something that we all pay into to provide something that we cannot provide individually, is inherently and by definition socialism. Would you agree with me or disagree, whatever you choose, that I believe the United States military is the largest socialistic institution on the face of the planet? For all of the folks, self-identified Republicans and conservatives, the people that Fox tells them that they're Republicans and conservatives, who hate socialism, but love, and wrap themselves in the flag and Constitution and love the military is by definition socialistic, is it not?
There's a communal aspect of it. It was most definitely communal living. There's a communal.
Well, we all pay into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's government services.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the term socialism can be mixed with nationalism versus social democracy versus social market economies. I have a hard time with labels because I like to look beyond labels. And I think that's really where my problem is for Republicans. It's like you put all these labels on things rather than trying to figure out where, and I think it goes back to where I said you need a social market economy with social cohesion. Military provides part of that social cohesion. It provides, I think part of the reason I haven't seen, and I don't know, maybe there are people with military background, but we're not seeing a lot of these police officers having military background, if any, with the shootings, is because the military helps you, socialism helps you gain camaraderie. You have to work in environments with people of color. You're going to get a drill sergeant that is not of your race, and you're going to have a boss that's not of your race. So you really start to understand on both sides a lot about it. Would I say it's a socialist institution? It just depends on the definition of it, right? I think it is a government institution. It is government for security. Are we protecting the largest socialist institution in the world, China, through our military by keeping peace? That's actually an interesting question. Like, are we providing a lot of other countries free services by being the police of the world? That's always something that.
Well, if we're not providing it to the other countries, we're sure as hell providing it to the corporations. How much do these fossil fuel companies pay for the armed naval escorts of their tankers through the Persian Gulf? Oh, no, that's right. We're doing that.
Yeah, but what about in the Sea of China, where all those items that are coming from China are getting escorted by U.S. military boats coming over here, and we can't even export our cars over there. They won't even say, we bring the ships back. We can't even fill our ships back with our products that we could make here. So I think globally, we look at like the Middle East and a lot of countries where, we are in terms of and doing it and denying people healthcare to provide other corporations. And let's face it, it's not helping the people who are at Foxconn, who are jumping out of safety nets because their life is that horrible, right? It's not helping them. It's not helping, develop China, and their life under a horrible regime, and we're supporting it. You know who supports the Chinese regime? The United States. We do. We built the biggest communist country in the world. The most powerful communist country that ever existed is brought to you by the United States of America, like in reality, because we shipped all our jobs over there. Their economy wouldn't be flourishing the way it is today without us outsourcing in the Bush era everything. And then we provide protection for their goods to get transported. I see that kind of dynamic relationship in overall as the biggest socialist experiment ever. Like, it's
a great way to think of it. Yeah, it's a whole different way to think of it.
How we really, I look at it, yes, we're confrontational with China, blah, blah, blah. I hear a lot of rhetoric, but I see the actual relationship. I personally
as tremendously interdependent. Yeah, economically interdependent. Yeah, but it's interdependent on a. I think it's interdependent on a level. It's kind of up here. It's a corporate billionaire interdependency.
Oh yeah.
I don't know that the regular, and I do hate the phrase, but I don't think the regular person on the street, is interdependent on China. It's a corporate. It's an oligarchical corporate top 1%.
And same in China. It's the 1% in China.
And it goes back to Nixon, really, not even the one goes back to Nixon. That's not even Reagan, but you're right. I mean, the exportation of our industrial base to China went on turbojets in the W. Bush administration.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we started before with a lot of things. And, I can understand, China probably would never developed without it. I can understand some of the things about that. I can understand they've reformed since Maoism, but still, it's just so peculiar. I think, all these people who've invested in China and then go turn around and talk about the horrors of communism in the United States and everything's socialism, and socialism is so horrible. But you know what? I'm going to go to a communist country and make billions of dollars. Okay, where is it your principles, or is it you just want to exploit labor?
Right. Before we transition, I know I keep saying that, and we will. With all of the work that you do, if there are any veterans out there listening, nationwide, I realize that you're based in Chester County, Pennsylvania. I understand that bit of it, but where do you tell your fellow veterans to go? Where's the best place? What phone calls, if they can make a phone call, do they need to make? Where do they need to go? Where do you direct people? What sort of contact information do you want to put out there and make sure that we before we move on, that we cover, just let me just give you the floor and just say if you're a veteran there and you're struggling go here, or this is my first
so
recommendation.
here's a couple things. I want to cover a couple things. The first thing is if you feel like you're in mental distress, there is a phone number, 1-800-273-8255. I'll say it slower, 1-800-273-8255. I think you press 1, I believe it is, to talk to a veteran. That's the Veterans Crisis Hotline. So if you're in a moment of crisis, or you know somebody who's in a crisis moment, you have that. Or if you have a loved one that's a veteran and they may have some problems or something, you can always reach out to that. My second thing is, once now we're getting vaccinated and everything, go back to the VA. I know a lot of us have not felt that we could be connected with the VA hospital during this pandemic. It can be really hard, but if you are getting treatment and you need to go back, now that we're getting vaccinated, head on back. Find a VSO. Sometimes you have, a lot of them are at your county services. If you're having problems with benefits, go through your county services. In Chester County is great. I know in Chester County, but I believe most of them in Pennsylvania will have them across the Commonwealth. Get yourself a veteran service officer to help you with any issues you may be dealing with in terms of dealing with benefits.
So the VA, and again, I want to give that phone number. I was able to, thank you for saying it slow, by the way. I typed it and put it directly into the Facebook chat, and correct me if I got it wrong. It's 1-800-273-8255.
That is correct.
And that is the Veterans Crisis Hotline.
And if you are a non-veteran, you can still call that number. And still, if you are having any, that is the National Suicide Hotline as well. So the National Crisis Hotline, I should say. If you're in emotional crisis, you can call that number. And I think it's really important, particularly in this time with COVID and all the stress, to really make sure that we take advantage of those services. So those would be kind of the things that I would tell for veterans if they need help.
That's the first two places that you direct. When you hear someone comes to you and, asks you, those are the hotline, and go back to the VA. That's what the VA is there for, by the way. Anyway, right.
And get under your representative in Congress and senator's skin. Get under their skin. You go out there and you demand what they promised us. And even if you're a veteran or not,
Yeah,
I think it's really important to make your voice heard. You got to email, you got to call. Those are people that need to be held responsible, because that other person with that bottle of champagne over there is looking really tempting for a tax cut or taking care of the veterans. So we need to make sure we're listening to them, that they understand that we're here and we're going to be heard, and we've earned these everything we need, benefits, whatever they are.
and we'll put up the congressional switchboard number for you. For those of you on Facebook who are watching, we'll put up the congressional switchboard number, and you can always call Congress. If you don't know what the congressional switchboard is, very briefly, you call the number that George was very kind enough and very quick enough to put up on the screen. That is called the congressional switchboard. And what it means is, if you dial that central number, if for some reason you do not know who your member of the House of Representatives is, give the operator your zip code and they will tell you who it is and connect you to that office. If you do not know who your senators are, you can call that number. Your United States senators, you can call that number and again tell them what state you're in, anywhere across the country, and they will connect you with the offices of your senators. When you get connected with those offices, be polite, one topic, and be brief. If you call and you start ranting and raving and screaming and calling everybody that works in the office names, you will in all likelihood not get hung up on, because it is their job to answer the phone. But your actual concerns that you try to address during that phone call will never get addressed. Have one topic, be polite. In fact, most of the times the folks answering those phones are college students and or interns. They're not your enemy. Be polite, Keep it to one topic, be brief, and I mean brief, 30, 60 seconds max. Please, thank you. Your calls will be recorded, period. It is part of the job. They do it. It's part of the job. So that's the congressional switchboard number. Consider very strongly what Christopher just mentioned. And that number is there for everything too. If Veterans Affairs are the thing that is really top on your list, then call. If you have, and that's also when you call that switchboard number to get connected to your representatives, their job is constituent services. You might be calling about, you have questions about this. How do I get these services? How do I, it's part of what they're there for. And that is the central number. That congressional switchboard number is the central number. Get an operator, tell them where you live. They'll connect you to the office that you need. 267-227-9189 is the phone number for the program. That is open. You can call in, speak to Christopher, speak to me, speak to the world. It's easy. It's just a phone call. Don't worry about how many people are listening. We're just having a chat. It's a piece of cake. We won't bite. It doesn't hurt to call the phone, call the program. I promise. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. The phone line to the program is open. Sorry, Chris, you were going to say something. I apologize.
So I often, when I had a Republican representative, I also called to thank him. He voted, the first time it happened, I got the Heritage Foundation put up this little thing up there, and it said, he voted for transgender rights with Obama. He voted with Obama.
Ugh.
So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, how terrible. Yeah, they voted for a common sense thing. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even know what it was about, like the bill or anything. And I said, hi, I'd like to talk to you about that. I heard that you voted, that Congressman voted with Obama for transgender rights. It's like, yes. Well, let the congressman know that I am so happy with him. Everything. And the person's face, it was just like, he was getting all day long.
Oh,
he was
yeah.
wailed with one after another phone call. And I want to let you know that I appreciate you. And it's really, that's a wonderful thing and everything. You have a wonderful day. I'm sure you're getting nasty phone calls. I said, I've seen this nasty ad is getting targeted towards you, and I think it's wrong. I said, and I just made the person made their day. I was like, thank you. He's like, I'm personally going to tell the congressman this story. That's what he said. I was like, okay.
Your phone,
I personally will tell the congressman this.
The phone calls do make a difference. They make all the difference in the world. They really do. I tell the story on the program a lot. I know I'm repetitive on this program a lot. There's a week between programs, folks. Sometimes you forget. At the beginning of the Trump regime, Republicans had control of the entire federal government, and they went after the Affordable Care Act like they promised, by the way. Mm-hmm. And even with Republican majorities in both houses of Congress, control of the Supreme Court, and a fascist in the White House, they still could not take down the ACA because of your phone calls, your emails, your activism, your protests, but especially your phone calls to the central switchboard number. Yes. And by the way, the regional and district offices of your representatives. If you don't know where your regional, when it comes to the U.S. senators, a regional office or your local district offices are for your member of the House of Representatives, you should know, and you should visit there. Again, clean, dressed, polite, nice tone of voice. The people working in that office are very often volunteers. Not always, but very often they're volunteering their time. They don't need to be screamed at and chastised and, have hot coffee thrown on them and all that fun stuff, throw a pillow at them and that kind of crap. Talking about go in, paperwork, a letter, whatever it might be. I just wanted to leave this for the congressman or the congresswoman. I agree. I disagree. I'm concerned about, I need help with. Know where your local offices are. That's where the real grassroots of constituent services take place, right in those local offices. 7:30 p.m. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 23rd of May. 267-227-9189 is the phone number. 267-227-9189. Hot101.net is the main website, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, and I keep forgetting, I just realized I had not mentioned the entire program. You can listen to hot101.net if you already have, or you can get the TuneIn Radio app, which works for everything. The TuneIn Radio app, go to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. We are very proud and very humbled to be part of the hot101.net family. I actually got some good news from Lex, runs hot101.net, that the ratings for the program have been very, very strong. And I thank you very, very much for that. We are proud of the program. We work very, very hard on it. We care about it. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to George and to April. DJ Earl and DJ Lex have been great with us at hot101.net. We will be expanding the talk part of the network, and we're just thrilled to be part of it. And again, that big studio rebuild, I'm not even going to show you what's behind this camera because you don't want to see it. It's a spare bedroom, I promise. It is very unglamorous. That big studio rebuild happens next week, and then we return. No live program next week. Please keep that in mind. We want you to enjoy Memorial Day, and then we will return on June 5th. I think it is. I should look at a calendar. I never get the dates straight. No, it's the 6th. Take that back. See, that's why we look at the calendar. We would return on June 6th, which is actually the anniversary of D-Day. We I could have had you on the 6th too, actually. So, Chris, I am a Jeep guy. I love Jeeps. I love Jeep Wranglers specifically, although I own a Cherokee right now, and it has been a brilliant vehicle. It's done everything I've asked of it and more. Continues to drive like a dream, although I said that out loud now, so it'll probably burst in flames spontaneously now that I said that. And even Jeep, even the Wrangler now has a 4-cylinder engine. It now comes in a plug-in hybrid called the 4X There is, I posted a few weeks ago a post by Jeep for the concept of the fully electric Jeep Wrangler. President Biden took a spin in the fully electric Ford F-150 Lightning, I think they're calling it. Several countries throughout Europe have already stopped the sale of pure internal combustion engines. The least you can get on the scale, I believe Sweden was the first because they've worked with Volvo to do it. The least you can get from them now is a hybrid. You cannot buy a purely internal combustion engine there anymore. Several other Western European countries have set dates as to where you can no longer buy. I believe 2030 is the big one. That's when France goes. I think Germany goes in 30 as well, which means it will ripple across Europe as probably an EU policy at some point. The Chinese, who are the world's largest consumers of new vehicles, are delving deep into the electric market. The Chinese have actually even built an electric road, where if you have an electric car, it will charge itself by driving simply on that type of road. It is experimental, but from everything I've researched, it's working quite well. It obviously would extend the range of your electric vehicle if you drove on a solar road or an electric, what they call an electric road. The road itself isn't actually electric. It somehow is able to charge the electric cars you drive across it. I got to be blunt, I don't even know how it all works. Because the rubber should stop that from happening, the rubber in the tires and so on and so on. But I know if I set my phone on a pad, even with this rubber backing, it charges. So they have a solar road. What is, you're a car guy too?
I am.
Oh, and Lamborghini. I forgot Lamborghini. Lamborghini announced that they will stop making internal combustion engines, I believe in 2030 as well. The supercar, the hyper supercar, Lamborghini will only now make hybrids or pure electric. What is this the future? It sounds stupid. I know it sounds like a crazy question after everything I just went through, but is this really the future? I really thought hydrogen was going to be the future for a while, but it seems to me the infrastructure just never came. That we're just going to jump straight to pure electric. Is that where you see it going?
Well, I do. I do think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, you know, I think we're going to go more electric. But, Hydrogen, I know Daimler just announced that they're building some hydro facilities and doing that the first one was just signed in Belgium. They're doing Daimler trucks. So they spun off, they're the largest commercial vehicle manufacturer. They are looking at a hydrogen. Toyota has always been interested in it. Some of the predictions are electric cars should eventually become cheaper than petrol, gas, or diesel cars. I think diesels are gone. I think diesel's gone.
I love that you use the word petrol. That's a proper word for it, isn't it?
It's a European word. Petro it is
the right word for it. It's the proper word for it.
I was just thinking about when I was thinking about Daimler, the article actually talked about petrol engines. So
Right.
the mindset went over to that. I think diesels are gone. I think we're going to see the end of the diesel car.
I think we'll see the end of the diesel car. I think the transition in lorries will be slower, because it's simply just the sheer horsepower and torque that you need to pull, 80,000 pounds behind you, is a type of pull and power that only a diesel engine can probably give you. But Tesla has actually worked on electric lorries. Amazon is supposedly purchasing some electric lorries as well. But I do think that transition will be a bit slower. But yes, I think the end of the diesel passenger vehicle has arrived.
Yeah, that will most definitely be wiped out. I'm wondering about like Fiat introduced. I think the countries that have, I think all cars will be electrified. I think there will be. I don't know how we're going to phase out the hybrid. I don't know. That's really more where I would.
Unless that hybrid is a electric biofuel hybrid or something like that. I think biofuels have turned into a big boondoggle as well. We were all promised these fuels based on seaweed and corn and everything and alcohol and everything else. And I don't see any of that happening. It really does seem to be a skip. I don't want to say straight to electric, but a much shorter direct line than some of these other possible technologies.
Yeah, I guess I've been so said we were going to be biofuel by 2020. Everything was going to be biofuel.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that. So ethanol, here I am, I'm coming more as a skeptic of that there was this, of that. But do I think we could reduce our fuel consumption by 80% and work with electric and hybrid cars only? Absolutely. I think we can. I think everything electric. Electric is just, it's really the battery technology. Electric cars have been around from the beginning of the car era. It was always the electric storage. Electric cars are not electric rail, and
some of the very first automobiles were in fact electric.
Yeah.
And some ran on water.
Yeah.
But because Mr. Carnegie had this oversupply of this slag material from making kerosene called gasoline and didn't know what to do with all of it, he poured his money into the internal combustion engine, which happened to run on his gasoline. And in the meantime, choked off the market for electric and for steam-powered, water-powered cars.
And what I find interesting is the concept of the hybrid car was it the 60s or the 70s? It goes back then.
Concept for it?
Yeah, people.
The concept does go. That's a great question. I don't remember how far the concept
it was the 60s
goes back,
or 70s.
It was really the and we remember the GM EV1, which was an electric car which worked very, very well, and GM sold them with a. If you've never seen the documentary, George will probably find it. Put the link up in the chat. Because I think he's watched it. Him and I have talked about this before. I swear we did. If you've never seen the documentary "The Death of the Electric Car," it's older. It's an older documentary. It might be as much as 20 years old now. Watch it. The chicanery and the shenanigans that went on with choking off the EV1 by
Oh, yeah.
GM itself and by the other manufacturers to make sure that this really, really popular, really well running electric car never became popular.
Well, it's really interesting because the CEO in the mid 90s who got rid of the rear wheel drive at General Motor was an environmentalist. And it would have been during that time period he was his brainchild. He realized that there were so many ways for us to reduce our dependency on foreign oil. He made I remember he made a quote, something Smith, I think his last name is Smith, if I'm correct.
Roger Smith?
It might have been Rogers.
That's that's Michael Moore's very first bust out documentary, Roger and Me.
I think it was him. I don't remember, but I remember he said, "America moves forward on front wheel drive, and we're going to move into the future. We're going to go all front wheel drive. The 4-cylinder and the 6-cylinder engine is we can do it." And what's really amazing is these the fuel economy, like you were bringing up earlier about how small these engines are now.
Tell me about one of the fascinating things when we had the opportunity to talk Friday, and I had no idea you were interested in this, and it was so wonderful to have this part of the conversation. Let's be honest, as serious, truly, truly serious and worthy of a topic as Veterans Affairs are, it's a weighty, weighty topic. When we can talk about, did you see that cool new concept car? It's a little liberating,
Lighter,
it's a little freeing, it's a little, and we as Americans, I think probably, as a big fan of Top Gear and the Grand Tour and the lads on Top Gear, Clarkson, Hammond, and May, perhaps other than those three lads, Americans do assign a personality to our vehicles. We give them names. We have a very personal affection to our cars. So the fact that you had brought this up and that we would have the chance to talk about this, I thought was just terrific and nice and a nice light, light, sort of light, certainly compared to the other stuff, a way to go out before we take a week off. But you also mentioned something that I feel like I knew, but not thought about in the depth to which that you were discussing it. How dependent Americans are on personal transportation. If you don't have a car in vast areas of this country, you cannot get to the grocery, you can't get to school, you can't get to a doctor, you can't get to a hospital, you can't hold a job, let alone find one. Or I probably should have said that backward. You can't find a job, let alone hold one. You can't, it's a degree, a personal vehicle is not only a symbol of wealth, it is no pun intended, a vehicle to personal wealth. And I'd never considered so much of that. I feel like I knew it, but I didn't always connect it. Tell me about how you've kind of thought about these things over the years as a Democratic policy person, member of the party, person who works on campaigns, and just a car buff, how we connect.
Okay, yeah, great.
Tell me about this.
Yes, absolutely. So the year is 1997, and I go to my great uncle's house, which was basically like my grandfather in a way. And he had this Mercedes S-Class. It was a used one. It was from the 80s. And he took me around and he showed me how the car, it was a diesel one at the time. He showed me how it worked and all about cars.
And probably a damn loud one. The diesels of that age were so loud. So much more loud.
I feel like I got in the back seat and this was like, I couldn't believe that there was such a different type of car. Always was used to, we were working class and we always had like a mid-sized little kind of what they called the commuter car, which is really a big thing that comes in the 80s, 70s into the late, actually when you think about late 2000s was the commuter car era. in terms of kind of like the little tiny car, if you remember the Chevy Celebrity or my
Born
parents.
born out of the fuel, the gas crisis of the late
Right,
70s,
right.
when we were
And
cut off of gas
these
from the
Malaise
Arab
cars,
oil. Right.
right? I'm coming out of the Malaise era, and all of a sudden there are these cars prolificating with. It was like a mid-sized car that had 345 horsepower. It was the Mercedes E55. I remember when that car came out, and I was just, what? We're living in this, and I thought at that time we were living in this technological marvel era of cars that were that were America was coming back. America was, and that is a really, I think America was coming back in the late 90s in a way from the Malaise era, that part of our social cohesion of today that's lacking is we don't have that kind of feel good late 90s, pre 9/11 feeling. It happened for about like 5 years. It was a really 5 years. It was the Clinton era, the second term of Bill Clinton. He wins almost 400 electoral college votes. The economy is just picking up. And my first car I buy is a Ford Contour. And I had researched it because it was a European designed car and it had performance. And my parents had gotten it as a loaner car for one day. They had to fix a van for some reason. Oh, we had minivans. My parents had minivans. That was the first. I seen the Mercedes, and then my parents got a minivan. I was like, "What is this?" The famous Dodge Caravan from the '80s. We had an '80s Dodge Caravan.
The original.
Oh yeah, the original Dodge, 1987, blue, had the wood paneling on the side, the whole shebang. We had one of those, and it was pretty outdated at the time.
I just Googled pictures of the Contour. Now I remember it. Yes.
Oh yeah, the Ford.
Now
Contour.
I remember. Yes. Yes. They sold that actually in Europe. It sold in Europe.
Yes.
Yeah. In a very similar, not exact body style, but they did sell it throughout Europe as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I remember that.
It was designed to drive like a BMW, to compete with BMWs. And they thought it was going to be a world car. And I bought it 4 years old at 50,000 miles. And I paid $4,500 for it. Or 4,500. Getting my numbers. I checked it with inflation, what it would be today. What the inflation number would be today. It'd be around $6,700 with inflation adjusted. 4-year-old car, mid-size, 4-cylinder. Right. So I said, I'm going to do this. And I knew it wasn't going to come out good. I knew it was going to be ugly.
Yeah.
I knew that it was my experiment. I'm like, I'm going to try to find a 4-year-old car in that class with 50,000 miles and see how much it was. So I looked at the Ford. I didn't even dream. I was like, I'm not going to dream of a Ford Fusion. I'm going to go down to the Ford Focus, probably a little smaller. It's a little bit different, but there's 2 cars. We'll go with the smaller one. A car like that today is $14,000 used. We had this dynamic. Unions did not want their factory shut down. So it was cheaper for automakers. This was before the Great Recession and the bailout. It's cheaper for automakers to produce cars, sell them to fleet vehicles, and then those fleet vehicles would be sold off. So here, 18-year-old me was able to buy a car with 50,000 miles, 4 years old, a former fleet car, kind of drove like a European sports sedan, had 125 horsepower. It came from the Malaise era, right, where cars were like 70 or 80 horsepower, and you just couldn't get up a hill. You could not go up a hill. This car felt fast. And so what we've created is this new class where people can't afford cars today. Car ownership is outrageously expensive to buy a used car. Ford's no longer producing sedans. They're no longer building the commuter car. They want to sell all these SUVs and these really expensive vehicles. And electrification of a car, they're talking at Daimler. So what we
Okay. Back. No, I have to. What I do is I monitor the program on a separate window.
Oh, sorry.
To catch the comments and make sure if anyone has questions that I can ask them to you. And when I reload the page, the freaking speaker comes back on. I gotta figure out.
Okay.
I gotta figure out how to do that. And then we start looping over each other. My apologies, Chris. I apologize for that.
No problem. So basically what happened was they were selling all these cars to fleet people, and they would come off a fleet, go to the auction. These small little dealerships would be able to sell them, and people had access to cars. I realized minimum wage was $5.15 at the time. And, most consumer places say that you need about 6 months of an earnings to buy a car. So with 6 months of an earnings, that is enough to buy that at that time, 1,000 hours. So $5,015 with taxes and everything, you could afford that car. How do you do on $7,250 today? What type of low mileage car under 50,000 miles, a mid-size sedan, mind you, a mid-size sedan, would you buy today?
Well, let me illustrate this way. I have been, I don't have the same need for the Cherokee that I used to have. And I have been desperate to find another Wrangler because I want to take the top off of it and drive. And I'm a spoiled brat and I want another Wrangler. Very simple. The Wrangler that I had before the Cherokee was a 2015 black Sahara stick, and it was loaded. I got every last thing in it that I could possibly that they offered. The newer, I'm going to get into the weeds here. That would have been the JK Wrangler body. The new JL body is different. It is loaded with a lot of creature comforts that you never used to see in a Wrangler. I'd love to have a JL. In fact, I'd like a Rubicon JL. In fact, I'd like a two-door Rubicon 4xe JL, but first off, I don't think they make them in a two-door, and second, the 4xes are in the 65,000 plus range, so I'm not going to be touching those either. But that said, so I've started shopping. Why, I have no idea, because I really don't think I can afford it in any way, but I'm shopping anyway because I guess I like to torture myself. That 2015 Wrangler that I ended up having for, I think, a year. Not even. I didn't even have it for a year. I think I might have had it for 6 months before I had to get the Cherokee. Was brand new, sticker, 35,000. And that would have been in 20, probably would have been in 14. I think I got a 15 model in the actual calendar 14 year. We know how model years work.
Yeah.
With cars. So I've gone online and I've looked at the major car shopping sites, the Carvana, Gurus, CarMax, etc. I find a wonderful red Sahara 2015. Actually has a screen in it, which was mind-boggling for 2015, and a backup camera in the JK body, the older body. 44,000 miles on it for $34,000.
Yep.
So when we talk about how a vehicle is needed in a modern society to access the ability to move up the economic scale, a Jeep with 44,000 miles on it, the same one, I had a black one, this is red. Okay, for all intent and purpose, the same one I bought in 2014 or 2014, early 15, whatever it was a model year 15. Here's one 6 years later, 15 to 21, I can't do math, used with all those miles on it, and it's practically the same price. How do you access this very, very vital thing that we need, not just to move around and do day-to-day things, but to get to a job, for any sort of social mobility? I mean, how do we do, and it's part of what you and I talked about on the phone, that I knew these things, but I didn't quite think about them. If you can't afford a car, or at least one that's worth anything that you're not going to have to pour triple the money in to keep it running, how do you access the ladder of social mobility? I mean, it's mind-boggling. These used cars are the
Oh, yeah.
price of new cars. There's no brand new car you can go out and get probably for, I'm sure there is one, and somebody's going to jump on me in the chat, and that's fine. Have a go. Tell, correct me. How many brand new anythings, even a Kia, can you run out and get
17.
for 25,000 or under? Probably none.
I
that I'm
think the
aware of.
lowest you can get is a Rio. I seen Rio. I was looking at that. I did a little due diligence research, and 17,500 for a Kia Rio.
With what? Crank windows and
Oh, I don't even. That was just the
manual
base price.
steering and a man.
Yeah,
Cardboard seats. I mean, what?
I believe that's the lowest priced car in America. I didn't look at the Hyundai Accent, or I didn't even know if there's any other cars, but the lowest priced car when I was just trying to do some due diligence for this, was that amount.
And that's brand new. And if you're making what is a starvation poverty minimum wage here in the Commonwealth, which is $7.25, even at 17,500, how do you ever?
You can't even pay that off in a year salary.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's not even a year.
One of the leading sources of personal debt in this country are car loans. There's student debt, there's credit card debt. Mortgages generally don't get the same attention in that sort of thought processes because we're paying towards something.
Yeah.
We don't tend to think of it in the same way as we think of student loan debt or credit card debt. But one of those big three huge debt, well, there's medical debt too, but is car loans.
Right. So since we've lived in the cheap loan era money, in the era after the Great Recession, and interest rates have come down. What they've done is they've expanded out the car loan for
right.
6 or 7 years.
7 years, 84 months. You can get an 8-year car loan. The interest is mind-boggling, but it lowers the monthly,
right,
to the point where most people can fit it in. But you're paying for so much longer, and you're paying for so much more because you're paying interest for those 8 years.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid you total the damn thing, or something major breaks on it. The transmission goes in year 6.
You have to carry. You have to
2 more years to pay on it, and you have to fix it.
Yeah, and you have to carry the premium insurance that whole time.
Right.
Because
higher insurance because you're paying on it. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so this is what I see. So we've got that happening. Look at the housing market. Look at how outrageously expensive houses are. And
the house prices are, yes, I actually looked before the program started today. I was sitting here. It wasn't quite time to start sharing yet. I just decided to look at something as a goof because I saw an article come up on Twitter about the hot American market. 30-year fixed is at about 3.1%.
Yeah.
But if you can't, it could be at a negative 3.1% if you can't pay for the house.
Right.
And what does it matter what the mortgage rate is?
Here, what's going to happen if we have to raise interest rates to 5%, 6%? This whole system that we've built on low interest could be a time bomb.
It's a house of cards. It can't sustain itself.
And it really is. And there's 3 things that we really, in our culture, American culture, it's home ownership, right? You're the king of your castle or queen of your castle, or you have car ownership, which is the definition of our culture and represents the ability of movement and freedom and being able to pay for all these resources you have. And you have the environment. And we're known as America, known for its great national parks and its our open space. All 3 of the American dream is under attack at this moment. And it's a collapsing system where I think that's a part of this contention that we're not really seeing. People can't, there's no way to buy that that little tiny Ford. I keep going back to my first car. You get it for $6,500.
My
low
first,
mileage.
yeah, I think my first brand new car was a 1991 or 92 Chevy Cavalier two-door.
Yep.
Stick shift.
Mm.
Again, stick shift, because at that point sticks were cheaper. And I think I paid 11,500 for it. Brand new.
Brand new.
Brand new. And even in inflation adjusted dollars, which you seem to have a quick calculator for, I have to find that app. Even at inflation adjusted dollars, that would still be, goodness
Put my
gracious,
phone down.
probably would still be 20,000 or more right now. But at that time, I mean, could you imagine paying 11? Well, even in today's day and era, I mean, could you imagine paying 11,500 for a brand new car? My dad thought I was crazy to pay that kind of money for a brand new car.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of money back then.
11, I'm pretty sure I paid 11,500, might have been 12,500, but still it was in that era. It was in that area. It was under 15, I guarantee that. And it was brand spanking new.
Well, another thing to think about is we're going to talk about the environment. The Malaise era, you had cars that had like 70, 80 horsepower, but people owned cars.
Yep.
And now, like, I went to look at what a Honda Accord has. It has 192 horsepower base. You know, we can still build small 2-3 cylinder hybrids, build them in America, build these commuter cars. That's what the Contour and the Cavalier, these were commuter cars. These were cars that, do you remember the expression a four-banger? You banged around in a 4-cylinder car. You had a four-banger.
Yeah.
Right. And everybody, and if you were poor, you owned a four-banger. Well, that just isn't available for people now. And I think there's a lot
that's why I thought the return, the for Jeep to return to it's a straight I4 in these Jeeps. And I think even the 4-doors. And I think partly it's because they realize that 99+% of people never go off-road. And the 4-door Jeep has become the soccer mom car. And they don't need the 6. They don't even need the 6-cylinder. And they sure as hell don't need an 8.
Oh, I guarantee you.
And they certainly don't need a Hemi. So it's the I4 has returned to the Jeep Wrangler, where you can actually get, holy cow, 25 miles to the gallon on the highway. Because it is still a pretty heavy vehicle.
These super high efficient engines that we have today.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that 192 horsepower in the Honda Accord is a 4-cylinder. In the 80s, that was you couldn't get that's hard to get a V8 with that horsepower and torque. That was, maybe not the torque. The torque might have been I forget what the torque was, but Cadillac V8s in the 80s had 140 horsepower.
It's about efficiency. It's the increases in efficiency.
Yeah.
And actually burning the fuel that you're shooting. Yeah. That you're jamming.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually burning it instead of watching it drip out the exhaust pipe.
Yeah.
At alarming rates. Yeah.
We can make a lot more affordable cars, build them here in America, build these cars that for people who don't have access to them. And I think that when we move towards the electric car, what we need to do is we need to make cars that everybody can afford. We need to be able to get those lower priced cars. And, what I'm scared of is that like Ford canceled all its cars. It'll be this big demand. People are going to be upset, angry, and Ford's going to be like, well, we could import them from China. Yeah, I do see that's where
a possibility of that, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. But electric car manufacturing, Daimler said as many as 50% of jobs could be lost because they're more simplistic to make. So we could have, we're going through that. That's the other dark thing.
Do you think we could, I think one of the single most common sense, effective, and economic driving programs and I don't I don't mean driving. I mean pushing pushing forward programs that I've seen in my lifetime was the Obama era program of the cash for clunkers
Mm,
that incentivized and helped people go out and get new vehicles. Take your old, really fuel inefficient car and get something new, and helped with that. Do we need a program like that in this country to push people toward? Now, the automakers in the fossil fuel industry will, well, I don't think the automakers have a problem with it as much as the fossil fuel industry. They're not going to let it happen, but because they own the party opposite, but and they own way too many of the folks of our own party, by the way. But do you think that we need a cash for clunkers to push people into electrics and hybrids and kind of jumpstart this transition even more than it's being done already? I mean, I don't think even 5 years ago that you or I would have agreed that we'd see an F-150 Lightning
yeah. No, we
or a
would.
plug-in electric hybrid Jeep. I don't think even 5 years ago you and I
We
would have
would.
thought such a,
So here's where I'm concerned. So what we did was we're trying to get people to buy electric cars. We put this program in, these incentives to buy electric cars to get the technology out there. And it's out there. And electric cars are expensive. They are. And we can have people driving in, I think we can have an incentive program. But what I'm concerned about is that we transition to electric. And like in today's dollars, there's nothing under $25,000. And everybody and a whole class of people and used cars barely lose value. And a whole class of society's left behind, the bottom third of the ability to own a car. And I think we need to figure out how we can incentivize like motorcycle-sized engine, which they have in other countries. They have them in Japan, they have them in other countries, type cars that we can figure out a way for people to be able to have car ownership. I also, one of the other things is it cuts off people from voting. Being able to go to the polls, having that transportation.
well, let me, before we get to voting, and I want to get to it, I do want to get to it. You are in all likelihood familiar with the German electrification and solar
Yes.
model that happened. German government passed a series of incentive programs for every, well, and regulations, actually, right? Both regulations and incentive programs. All new buildings in Germany had to be built with solar panels.
Mm-hmm.
They also offered homeowners and business owners, and they started with government buildings too, by the way, in low interest government backed loans to install solar panels on their homes. Now, think about the latitude at which Germany sits. It's not exactly not exactly Florida. It's not even
Right.
North Carolina. It sits on the same latitude roughly as Newfoundland. If I'm not mistaken, I might be a little high. I might.
Yeah, it's pretty high up north.
I think it's about a Newfoundland. So it's not exactly the sunniest, warmest place.
No.
So they did. In fact, German citizens tapped out the program. They had to refinance it and put more money into it. Well,
Yeah.
they began to generate so much electricity from these solar panels, even in the northern latitudes of Germany, the area of Germany that goes in the Black Sea, I think it is. I'm doing this from memory. I'm trying to look at a map in my own brain. I'm looking up here because, all the answers to us are up here. Whenever we want to think about something, we look up. But it's on the Black Sea coast. Germany was generating so much electricity, they didn't know what to do with it.
Yep.
So they did two things. In very, very typical German, what ends up being very simple German ingenuity. They did two things. They sold it mostly to the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Sweden. They decided to implement a second incentive program. The basic problem was we're generating all of this electricity from solar. We can't store it. Where do we store it? Cars. So they passed a second incentive program to get Germans to buy electric cars, because the cars then acted as a secondary storage unit.
Yep.
The battery pack on your house was being overtaxed. We're selling so much electricity out because we're generating too much. What do we do with the rest of it? We need a secondary storage. Cars.
Yeah.
We'll store it in cars. And then they had a secondary incentive program for people to buy cars. And that began the electrification of Germany. Why can't we do the same thing here? Think of the jobs, not just the auto industry jobs, but the jobs refitting all of these buildings. It is what President Biden says. When I think of green energy, I think jobs. Why can't we do the same thing here? I mean, the answer is we can, and I think you and I agree on that, but why can't we do the same thing here?
Well, I read this one article and it said, it's hard to get to the last 20% of fossil fuel. It's very cost high. And this was a while ago, maybe 5 years ago. But the person said, to get to the first 80% is easy. Why aren't we getting to the first 80%? It's really not that hard to get us to this first 80%, but we can economically do that. And he's like, then why would we not go with this is not a hard thing. We can get to this. We get to a lot of energy through that. I know some countries, was it Denmark or some country where they actually exporting electricity. They produce over 100% of their natural needed energy.
Well, I believe Iceland is entirely on green now. For them, though, much more wind and geothermal, just based on the geology and geographical location of Iceland. They, I believe, are generating 100% of their domestic energy use through green sources. When the North Sea wind project is done off of Scotland, the UK will be able to produce 100% of its electricity through off the North Sea floating wind turbine. The New Jersey, Governor Murphy, likely the single most progressive governor in the country, a billionaire too, by the way, has been pushing, and they did finally agree on and will be building the offshore wind farm off of New Jersey to provide at least the southern half of the state, if not all of it, with wind generated electricity.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do these things. We simply have to have the stones and the political stones and to do these things. I've always been mystified. Let me ask you, this is a bit of a different topic, but the folks that run these big fossil fuel companies, we now know from document leaks from Exxon way back when they were still Esso, that they knew as early as the late 50s and early 60s that the climate was changing. And that even in a pre-computer era, the modeling showed that we're going to dramatically change the environment if we continue to burn fossil fuels at this rate.
Yeah.
That said, it seems to me that the supposed really smart business guys running these companies, how did they never consider taking even a tiny portion of those profits and beginning to transition their companies over into out of fossil fuels and into green? Imagine if Exxon was the first company to take maybe $1 billion and say, we're just gonna plant the seeds and start to transition this company of fossil into green. They'd be the largest and potentially even solitary green energy company on the planet. What about these smart business guys? What happened to that?
I don't think we have real capitalism in this country. We really don't have a capitalistic model. We have a system where we have monopolies. We have systems that are colluding together, trade organizations that lobby all on the same agenda. We really don't have market forces, right? If a real market forces was out there, there would have been every energy company would have fought for it. It'd probably be at 100% renewable by now, right? So I think that has a lot to do with the fact that we don't really have capitalism here. We don't really have a fair and free market. We have a rigged system.
So do you think that we are, but yet somehow I can't help but think we are still capable of these things?
Oh, absolutely. I think Americans, you look at what we built in go back to the 80s when we built the space infrastructure. And the technology revolution of the 90s, which led to the technology revolution of the 90s. America could lead. And, I think that's why it's so important Biden's Build Back Better plan. This plan has so much money for renewable energy, electric cars, really taking us into being a world leader. And when other countries are doing it, we're going to get left behind. If we
Because
don't,
the current world leader in the current world leader in construction of solar panels is China.
Yeah. And I think we need to be, and Biden said, we can build in America. I just seen the post. I forget what he was saying. I'm paraphrasing this, but we can build it in America. I think we really need to invest a lot of money into it. We need to do it smart, I think, in a way that I think we can still provide people with affordable products, with cars, making sure people have access, that we don't price ourselves outrageous, and you know what, the sooner is better than later. And I think if we keep waiting, what's going to happen is we kick the ball down the road. We're going to end up with these high cost options because we're going to have to do everything very fast, right? And we're not going to have the time to develop it and doing it. And, rather than spending $1 trillion on a climate catastrophe and destroy our economy, why not just fix the problem now? I think it's going to be really important to pass
and these crazy ideas of blocking sunlight and all of this to stop global heating. I mean, the answers are right in front of us. Stop burning things. I forget who said it. It was I believe it was one of the astronomers. It might have been Neil deGrasse Tyson. Can you imagine? Can you imagine an alien race coming to Earth, having a peak, and it's going, they're still digging stuff out of the ground and burning it? Can you imagine? Then just when they were possibly thinking of giving us a hello because we've learned how to split an atom, but we can't stop digging fossil fuels out of the ground.
It's eventually going to happen, whether people want it or not. We're going to move electric. The world's moving electric.
Everything that we run, everything will run on electric. It's how we generate it.
But I also think that, and this is something where conservatives are concerned with, and I think there's a good point for this. You should be able to build it in your own house. You should be able to store your energy and your solar in your house and get yourself at least not as dependent on the grid infrastructure. If you have,
I agree. I think it lends itself to social mobility and independence. I'm very. If I can put panels on my roof and put a big enough battery storage unit at my house, and I'm off.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for me, when I'm going to get solar panels on my house and the battery. I'm looking forward. I'll tell you, the biggest thing I was inspired by what Biden said was the podium style battery. I'm looking forward to that. I really think we need to, and this is where I think we need to come together. We need to come together and say, you know what, a lot of conservatives, you really want to be able to be independent and have your energy freedom. We're going to give you the Energy Freedom Act, where you can build those panels and you can get off your dependency on the grid or whatever you want to do. Or even if you're 80% dependent, you only have to, you can produce the majority of your energy for yourself. And
imagine Texas during that ice storm.
Oh yeah.
If all the homes, the businesses had their own little solar, the roof and battery storage, none of that stuff would have happened. I went
3 days.
Or even if a neighborhood got together and had one turbine, or something like that. The the
Yeah,
localization of power is a
and
freedom issue.
subdivisions can have
Yep.
the battery pack
It's a
right
freedom
in their
issue.
subdivision. My subdivision, we have all the electricity lines underground. We
As
don't
the
have
blue. Yes.
we don't have the problem with grid going down in our community. However, I live out in Western Chester County, and I've lost power for 4 days at a time. And I did not have a generator, and I moved back in with my parents. It was like, oh, like after the second day, I'm moving back in with my parents. I'm like, I am like a 30-something-year-old with my cat, moving back in with my parents because I am cold. I'm like, this is not to be crazy. And I'm like, for 2 days, and my mom's like, oh, come over here. She's like, how are you dealing with the cold and everything? It was nice, but I'm like, I literally had to drain all my pipes. I had to because we just did not have that. And so for me, the renewable energy and the battery pack is also about freedom. I want the freedom this offers, and I want that to be part of the American, it's part of those liberties that we want. We don't have to be dependent on power from somebody. And when eventually your system goes down, you have that backup. I mean, if I had a solar system that would have given me half my power, I would have lived in one room, had a space heater on. Everything would have been okay. I would have lived in this one part of my house, probably been able to, get the antenna ears out and watch some TV. But it would be different. And I think we need to really think about how we can bring the other side to that, how we can talk not about the Republicans in Washington. I think it's important to talk to our neighbors and our friends and our coworkers who have, who are saying, well, I'm concerned about, more government. Okay, well, why don't you put solar panels up to give yourself freedom? And having these conversations with people, I think it's really important. I truly believe that we've gotten so ideological, and it's interesting when you go to state committee. Going to state committee, there are so many different ideologies in one building. The Democratic Party we are a very diverse group,
Especially here.
Oh yeah, that's the Commonwealth. Oh yeah, the Commonwealth.
Yeah, you swear there's a relatively good chunk of folks who wandered into the wrong committee meeting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's true, but I think we need to come together and tackle this and have frank conversations with people. I've been talking with a lot of Republicans about moving to 80% renewable. I'm like, oh yeah, we should do that, and okay, that's the first step. We'll get to that 20%, but we need to pass something now. And I think that's why we got to pass the Build Back Better plan. We need to keep our eye on the ball and get that done rather sooner than later. And I do share, I think it was, I forget who said this, it might have been the Biden administration. And he said, we can't count on having it for the next 2 years. We might lose the House if somebody was to have to leave the Senate. So I think we need to really push this through and act like August is the deadline of deadlines. And can we get it done in July? Let's get it done in July, But sooner rather than later.
From my house, an hour and a half,
So as much as we love cars, you and I.
Yeah.
If you and I were in Europe.
Right.
We could get on a train in London, and other than switching trains at different platforms, we would never have to get off until we got to Moscow.
Right.
Do you ever see a time where the United States will be that way?
That's a good question. I see us vastly moving in about productivity beyond belief. I do think futuristic people who are predicting that half of the current jobs that we have now are going to be eliminated. That poses a really big question. We can look at it negatively, or we can look at it positively. we can say, this is going to be the downfall of society, and there's not going to be enough jobs, and we're going to have a whole oligarchy class, or we could build the great society we want. I think we would have the money to build those train stations for convenience. I think we can have self-driving cars, which is a really great thing for people who are older, who want mobility freedom, right? When we're older, I'm thinking about like self-driving cars are really great because someday, being the geriatric millennial, I'm starting to think about being older and how I can just like how much freedom that's going to provide for us in this future. I do think we can, if we can really figure out that we have bigger things to fry, in fish to fry, so to speak. And we can really get by our kind of our differences and start really focusing on like, we have to have a vision, you know what I mean? We have to have a vision of what we want. I think places like Allentown need to have train restoration up into at least into New York, if not, and Philadelphia. Reading,
I'd say both easily.
I would say both, at least one. Reading be connected all the way up to. I would love to see something where people in Kutztown, where the train was somehow, I don't know how the rail would work, but if it goes from Reading and have some stops on the way for people who are out in the more rural kind of areas.
Kutztown into Allentown or Kutztown down into Reading, and then platforms in Reading, and then Reading to Philadelphia or Reading to Pittsburgh, or change platforms, Pittsburgh to Cleveland, change platforms, Cleveland to Detroit.
Right.
There's no reason on earth we can't do these things. It's simply a matter of, I do really believe it. It is simply a matter of will. We simply don't have it. And lobbying, of course, massive lobbying.
But I also think with this productivity gain is we're going to have to start thinking, and the German auto unions are starting to talk about this. We've had this since the 1930s, we've been working a 40-hour work week. That came in during the Great Depression. And we went from a 6-day work week, right? We had 54 hours, did my math right, 54-hour work week down to 40. It's time. It's time to go down, when this productivity comes crashing in, I think part of it is to build this great society with public transportation that's easy to access. And that's another thing. What if there's self-driving trains? If there's self-driving trains, the small train that only has a dozen people can tremendously change how we can really look at public transportation. But also have the 4-day work week. They're talking about a 20-hour, 7-day, 4-day-a-week work week in Germany. And that's a really interesting kind of
we have to remember it's in the German Constitution, a constitution that was heavily influenced by the United States following World War II, that any German company with 500 employees or more must have union representation on its board of directors. I think the private sector unionization rate in Germany is, I want to say it's in the 75% range, but I might have I'm pulling that out of my head. So I could have that wrong. I think it's in the 75% range.
But we got to still fight for it here. You know what? I'm not going to.
I think it's unions actually that are going to drive this switch into green energy, because at some point, the pipe fitters notwithstanding here in Pennsylvania, at some point are going to wake up and realize the jobs that it will create and save, and that other folks who would normally be this close to losing their jobs, livelihoods, careers, can transition into that. I think it's the unions that are going to have to drive this.
I think a lot of the drive is going to have to really take into consideration the unions to drive our radical, the 30-hour potential of a 30-hour work week, 4-day, 30-hour work week, 7.5 hours a day. Yeah, you should get paid 30 minutes for a lunch break at least. Right, 9 to 5, Monday through Thursday, with 30-minute lunch break on the clock. Those are the type of things that I do think the unions can, and I think people might not be members of it. People today are very pro-union, and they're listening to what our unions have a platform to influence policy, I think, because people are lot of people want to join a union, but they have all those barriers up there. So it gives unions the ability to say, hey, this is our proposal for a platform. And then remember that little number we gave you to call your representative in Congress? That's what it's going to take. I think there's a future that's that can be really, really productive, or as long as we're looking at it in a very positive way. I think if we take it in a very dark and negative way, it's going to be detrimental to America. I don't think we can't deal with chronic 20, 30% unemployment rate. You know, we're going to have to really think outside the box. I think we need to value people for their hours they put in. And you can't just be right and pay veterans their full benefits and pay people. There needs to be, comes down to what I think we've been talking about. Well, we always talk about as Democrats, there's a need for government.
Yes.
There is a need for government. That's really what this summarizes, and particularly during this hype, because we're living in a hyper change environment. Things are happening very fast. And that is why governments need to be able to respond fast. That's what coronavirus taught us. Limited government did not allow us to respond fast.
And it arguably didn't allow us to respond at the beginning. We didn't respond, period.
Right.
We left it to, you know, states, figure it out, corporations, here's a whole bucket full of cash, sort it. And it just, yeah, if anything taught us that government not only works, but has to work and has a place, it would have been this pandemic. Tell me before we run out of time, because like you, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to stick something in my face probably, and I'm going to immediately dive into another meeting. Tell me about voting and its connection to the personal vehicle.
Right. So I started organizing in coastal Pennsylvania, and it was a predominantly lower income, majority African American community. And I started to notice something. I'm like, oh, people have access to the polls are hard. Like, how do they drive to the poll? There's these long lines, and how do you, if a lot of these people don't own a car? I just thought about it. And then I asked somebody who was organizing in that community. I said, I wonder, I said to her, I'm like, do you think the biggest block towards Black people voting is the lack of car ownership? She's like, yes, just absolutely. The enthusiasm is there, but and so I did a little research on this. I think it's either 72 or 78% of African American households have a car versus 90% of white households. So I think it's 78, yeah, because it's, well, whatever. But it's big proportional difference, and that really drives their ability to get to the polls. That's why vote by mail is important,
right?
Because if you don't own a car, right, how are you going to get to the polls? So you request a ballot. And I don't think we as Democrats really talk about the disadvantages that people of color and the 10% of white people who don't own a car, let's be real, they're probably needing government assistance and are probably the Democrat type, right? They're the lower income. Demographics show they're most likely to vote very high levels, 70, 80% likely to vote Democrat. So really car ownership, the lack of it really suppresses vote. It's part of the voter suppression in this country. And when you talked about how, like in other countries, you can just hop on a train and get anywhere. You can't do that here in America. And so if you don't own a car, how do you operate? How do you get to the polls? And that, I think, is car ownership really disenfranchises people from the voting franchise because it creates a structural barrier.
It seems to me, again, it's one of those things that I think a lot of us sort of get, but didn't quite connect.
Yeah.
How just the simple I want to say the simple act of not having, but that's not the right wording, that just not having a car in the car park, a car on the street outside your home that you can get into,
Right.
turn it on and it works. And what
Right.
that means to day-to-day life in this country. It might, and I guess it argues the fact that we're over dependent on it, but certainly not having one is such a barrier to so many different things. And it seems like such a simple concept, but I guess if you have a car and you can jump in it and go, you know, awesome. I mean, you know,
Right.
we're used to it. We're just so used to it. We're so ingrained in it that if you don't have one, you probably can't even imagine what it's like not to have one.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, it really is a good question. Like, how do you, if you don't have a car, how are you going to be able to go to work? How are you going to be able to buy your groceries? How are you going to be able to, oh, you're not eating healthy. Well, if you can't go to the store with the produce and you're going to the convenience store because that's where, and they don't sell produce, you know, it impacts so many areas of life. And a lot of those European countries, they have a very culture of people's cars, right?
Yeah.
Very cheap, low cost cars. And in the United States, we don't even want to sell a mid-sized sedan. Ford doesn't even want to
Right.
sell a mid-sized sedan anymore, right? You can't get a subcompact, you can't get a compact, and you can't get a mid-size. You have to, the cheapest car is like outrageous. So because I think unions really understood that by forcing the automakers to produce so many cars and discounting them had brought the car franchise to everybody, right? And we had a structure in our country. But then when it got reorganized after the bankruptcy, a big part of that is lacking. And and we're seeing it now. We're seeing outrageously expensive used car prices. And I think these are problem. This is problematic, you know.
Is the new, relatively new phenomena of these auto loans, is this just another, like student debt, like medical debt, like credit card debt, is this just another way to financially enslave what's left of the middle class? Because, by the way, for the first time since the Republican Great Depression, less than half of the population identifies, even self-identifies, let alone the actual real structural data, as middle class. Is this just yet another way to enslave and make profit centers out of the middle class? Sure, you can have this lovely new car or even this certified pre-owned car. I mean, used car loan rates are usually between 5 and 9%. You might be able to get 5-6% on a new car loan, or if you're lucky, you can do one of those zero downs, but then again, you have to pay it in 48 months, not 60 or longer. So you could get a zero interest, but used cars are as high, I've seen as high as 9%. I mean, is this just another way to financially enslave what's left of the middle class?
Yeah, basically. And I think that's really where it goes back to. It's enslaving the middle class and reducing the middle and reducing the working class. I afforded a nice car on our 515, which was bad minimum wage. I could have afforded it back then, which was still bad minimum wage time. But today, you know, what you have to do to afford, it's just the destruction. It comes down to basically the gunning out of the unions in this country. I think it's really it's collapsing the middle class in so many ways, because union members were thinking about those things. They were like, well, wait a minute, if we're flooding the car with these stripped down versions of cars that were kind of bigger, right? A Ford Contour, even though it was the biggest car they made in Europe, it was Europe's largest Ford. It was a big car, it was mid-size. It would be considered a
Yeah.
smaller size than mid-size. But my friend who was 6'2" owned one as well. I was thinking about that before. He was 6'2" and he could have a car. And he's like, I needed a cheap car. And he's like, but it had to be big enough for me. And he's 6'2". I think he's actually 6'3", but he would always round down to 6'2". We'll just leave it at that. But I remember we had that, he had that car, and it really is, you can't. I had this candidate I worked with. She has her minor in economics, and she was working a second job and running for race. I said, why are you working a second job right now? She's like, got quiet. She didn't know what to say. She kept trying to think of a way to say. She's like, Chris, things are expensive. And I didn't know how to respond to that, because it is really true. I think some technology pieces have come down. You got the Netflix era, right, where it's kind of cheap to get Netflix compared to cable. But a lot of the staples of owning a house, owning car ownership, eating healthy food, all those things that you need now in society today are so expensive that I don't think there is really a middle class anymore. And I think what Washington tries to do is separate us in terms of identity politics and reduces class politics out of the equation.
Hasn't the degradation of the middle class also come down to not just the gutting and complete destruction, systematic dismantling and destruction of unions? Again, I've given this statistic a lot on this program nearly every week, that the private sector unionization rate before Reagan came to power was just under 38%. It's about 37.4, I want to say. I might be off there. That said, it is now under 6.
Yeah.
We're now, I say a lot, and I think a lot of people take it as some sort of dystopian kind of, almost conspiracy theory, which is hilarious given the other side's complete embrace of all things conspiracy theory. We're not, to a great extent, we're not human beings anymore. We're profit centers, and our value, again, no pun intended, our value to society is based on how much wealth can be extracted from us. And once we're bled dry, it's Alan Grayson's Republican healthcare plan: die quickly, because it's the only way you can afford to do it.
And here's the thing. At one thing, we're told society that we should go to work. On the other thing, we're told on society that we should stay home and consume our Netflix, right? Sit at home and watch TV. And we're constantly being bombarded with message overload and this era we're living in, where we have seen ourselves turned into a cog in the machine. There is this kind of, that's what Reagan revolution has led us to. This is really where, unfortunately, where we are today, is we're no longer part of that great middle America. And you see that, you see this kind of, there's no more middle class that can kind of come together and help really find a center in America. And I think that's really, I think the Reagan stuff leading up to, it really starts with Nixon changing his courts to conservative. And we see that now with Citizens United. Just really, it's all about a pay-to-play system now. And
Have you signed on to move to amend Org. That's also a website that I usually give in the program quite a lot.
I think I
Move
have.
to
I have
Amend,
I,
which is the
yeah,
nationwide
I
petition
have.
to, corporations are not people, money is not speech.
Yeah. And I don't think we're being told how to identify ourselves in society today. I think we're being told how to identify ourselves, but don't identify as worker solidarity of middle class. That is kind of to be the forbidden
Well,
aspect.
is it that we're being told how to identify ourselves, or are we being told how to identify each other? Those people are coming for your jobs.
Yes.
Those
Yes.
people are taking your
Yep.
tax money. Those people and those people and those people, even to a point now we're really splitting hairs, even within the very, very broad and diverse Hispanic community, that they might be from the Hispanic country, but they're darker than you, they're poorer than you. We're even splitting inside of our own communities. The AAPI community, well, they're Polynesian, they're not exactly Asian. They're not like you. We're splitting,
Yeah.
or we're not splitting. I don't like to think of
I'm
myself.
noticing
I would
it.
like to think I'm not, but we're being split, and
Yeah.
we're being encouraged to split ourselves into, it doesn't get any
Yes.
more pale than this. I'm Irish, and if I go yeah, but he's English. Well, okay. Two sides of a coin, isn't it? But we're being
Yes.
systematically,
And I'm noticing, and it's very also from the neoliberal media.
it's almost like shaved. We're shavings off of
Yes.
a piece of wood. We're being carved.
And the other thing, there's a big divide that's coming in the country, which is do you have a college degree or not?
Yes.
We really classify everybody as, you fit into the college educated in one box, and then the other box, it's not. I think part of the problem is the middle class has shrunk and died. It's dying off. At the same time, in the 1950s, only 3.4% of Americans went to college.
Right.
Today,
right. At the same time that we've been convinced that we need this piece of paper in a frame with gold leaf on it to do anything in our society, we can't afford it.
Right.
At the same time, we can't afford it.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what I'm talking about when I'm trying to talk about being a profit center.
Yes.
You have to have a college education to get anywhere in this country, but then you can't pay for it either. So now take out all these loans and then we'll own you for the rest of your life.
But when I turned it early onto the show, you picked up on something that I have been trying to wrap my head around. And you said, how universities were no longer open to the public.
They're not.
They're becoming these exclusive clubs. I went to Yale when I was a kid. We used to just go to the Yale library all the time. You were part of Yale. Like in Connecticut, I was there, and you were part of the Yale community. Everybody there, and everybody had Yale pride shirts with Yale on it because you took a seminar there, or you were part of a community of this. The second best school in the country. It was always said, we're right behind Harvard.
When I was in high school in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, if we couldn't get what we needed at the Phillipsburg Free Public Library, which was its actual title, we needed a book or something more detailed, or we needed not just the one book that they had, but 10 more. We went to the Lafayette College Library. And we just walked in like we just walked in. And Kristen and I took a walk we were looking for a late night place to get coffee, which is a silly thing. I'm going to really go down a rabbit hole here. If I owned a coffee shop, I have no idea why I wouldn't be open until midnight, because her and I had been out in the town. And not drinking, not going crazy, just out, because we wanted to be out. And we would go, if we had a place to go, even at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, we'd go get coffee there's nowhere to go. Nobody stays open. Every coffee place in Bethlehem closes at 4. I don't even on Saturdays and Sundays, I don't understand it to save my life. That said, because by the way, after living in northeastern New Jersey for 20 years, there's nothing that you can't get till about 2 in the morning. And if you were really desperate, Manhattan's 24/7. But that said, every coffee place in Bethlehem, in the city of Bethlehem, north side and south side, closes at 4 p.m. I don't understand it to save my life. Kristen
That's a
says, well,
Pennsylvania thing that I do not understand.
I don't get it.
These
I don't
these
get
coffee
it.
places.
Oh.
I am so annoyed because
I know
like,
we're on a real Pennsylvania thing now. If you're listening around the globe or around the country, you're like, we're definitely
understand
going down
this.
a hole. But that said,
stay open till dinner. Like
Right.
stay open till like 8.
yeah,
Like,
no, I
I'm
know.
just
Oh,
negotiating down to
please.
8. Okay. Go
Please,
on.
I've told her before when I lived in Morristown, New Jersey, Morristown had shift change. George will recognize this. Morristown used to have shift change. Friday night happy hour was the corporate people till around 7, 8 o'clock, and then shift change happened. All the corporate people went home, and all the college and young and 20-somethings and singles and couples with no kids, they all came out, and they were the ones that were open till 2 in the morning. But the streets were always busy, and everything was always open. But my point is, so we're in Bethlehem, and we decide we went to, I think we went to McCarty's for dinner, maybe, or it might have been the night that we went to the Cuban place. But we're like, let's get a coffee. Screw it. We don't have to wake up tomorrow. Who cares? Nowhere. Nothing's open. She goes, you know what? I know it's going to be open. We're going to go to the coffee joint on the Lehigh campus. She went to Lehigh. We got up there. There's a few people walking around. It was a nice night. Not a lot. It's very well lit. It's a very safe campus. We get to the building where the coffee place, apparently, I don't know if it still is or it used to be, and all the doors are locked. All the lights are on, but all the doors are locked. And we're looking, I said, you know, these are all card readers. I said, you got to have a ID to get in. And she's like, it never used to be that way. And on one hand, to be fair, I can understand it. It's the society we're in. Campus rape. Somebody walks in with an AR-15 and tries to wipe out 50 students. I get it. Believe me, I get it. But at the same time, I went to Moravian. Her and I went to Moravian one night because she wants to continue taking classes and was considering Moravian. We walked right into the student union. We could have walked right into the student restaurant. We just walked in, it was open. And all of our colleges and universities used to be that way. You want to use the library? Sure, no problem. Can't take a book out because you're not a student. But do you want to use what's here while you are here? Have at it.
Yeah.
And again, I want to say that I'm understanding to the safety aspect. I truly am. I truly am. But these institutions have closed themselves off. Now, so after we leave the building where we cannot any longer get a coffee, she's like, well, let's go. Let me just show you the library. It's Gothic and it's just gorgeous and it looks like Hogwarts. And it's like, yeah, and it does actually. And she's like, let's go check it out. We go walk up to the door. We get to the base of the steps. Guy taps his card and walks in. And I said, we can't go in there either. And she just stood there with a sadness about her. As a student, former student, just looking around going, this used to be an open campus and you can't go anywhere anymore. You can't go anywhere. Even the track, the running track, the track and field track, the athletics track in Lower Saucon Township, because Lehigh has now expanded all the way over South Mountain and is now in Bethlehem, in the city of Bethlehem and Lower Saucon Township. That's all fenced off. You used to be able to walk up and just walk on the track. Phillipsburg High School used to be able to just run on the track as a private citizen because it's a public facility. Now that's fenced off. If you can't open the gate, you can't walk on the track. And now, again, to be fair, I guess I can understand that it's God knows how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it costs to build the track. But at the same token, and they don't want it destroyed. But by the same token, if you have a pair of walking sneakers, if you're a senior, if you're retired, if you're whatever, and you want to walk in circles around the track, how much damage could you possibly be doing? we've closed these institutions off. They're
I don't think we
They're-
have. I think
well,
they-
the
Yeah.
institutions have closed. You know what I'm saying? The greater we, the umbrella we.
Well, and I think the reason why I bring that up is I think these universities are becoming like cults. I
The
had
clubs, if they're not cults, they're clubs. There's some sort of club.
there are these exclusive clubs, but it's becoming almost like a religious institution now, and it takes all your money, and it's almost like your student loans are like a form of tithing, and the marginalizing of people who don't have a college education, it's a form of sin. You didn't go to college.
Yeah.
How could all these non-college educated people and how they're behaving?
Can anyone explain to me, or can you explain to me? I suppose it's a bit of a hypothetical, a rhetorical question, not a hypothetical question, rhetorical question. I go to a job interview to be, I don't know, let me think of something ridiculous. A lab assistant.
Okay.
Just a lab assistant, medical, something in medical, or executive assistant to the engineering department at McDonnell Douglas or something. You have a college degree.
I get your point. Yeah.
You have a college degree? Yes, I do. What is it in? Medieval European weaponry. Awesome. You have a college degree. Compared to the 20+ year assistant, who executive assistant who doesn't have one, but yet I've actually done that job for X number
I think
of
two
years.
things are happening. I think there's examples like that's going on, and then there are people with that medieval subject matter who comes out of college and wonders why they're an Uber driver.
Right.
So you have this kind of like disparity that goes on, and you have the market went from around 3.5% of people having a college education to 47%. And now it's kind of like there's so many people with college educations, these higher level leadership positions and stuff. There's 20 people that go apply for one job.
There's that too. Right.
So like you have these two things.
I was just thinking the phenomenon of these, of having a degree, getting hired to a job that has nothing even remotely to do with your degree, just because you have one.
Right. And all these things are building up to class tension. I think we're having tensions between those who have a college degree and those who don't. So you have all these different experiences going on, right? Some people are having the degree doing the Uber driver. Some people get entitled with it. Some person has 20 years experience and doesn't promote it because they don't have the degree. And you need all this is going on, and it's being weaponized to divide us.
Right. Chris, we've come to the top of the hour, believe it or not. And we've come to the end of the program, and you were wondering how we're going to talk for all this time. My goodness, you have so many hours in your program. I don't know how we're going to get through it. Let me, again, before I sign off and say goodnight to everybody for the evening and for the next 2 weeks, and I'll cover that in just a second again. Please, again, share with us how, is there a social media, certain platform that the general public can get to you that you're comfortable with sharing? If you want to share, I did put the 800 number, the crisis hotline, I did put in the chat earlier. Is there anything?
Anybody, you can always add me on Facebook. You're welcome to anybody out there who wanted to continue. Feel free to add me on Facebook and reach out to me on Facebook. Just make sure you say, hey, I heard you on the radio. You could see my last name spelled on the radio. You're only going to find one of them. You're not going to find multiple ones. You're not going to have a problem with my last name. You're not going to run into the Jeff Kennedy problem where
correct
cousin same last name.
There might be a few of us, but too many.
So go ahead, add me, reach out to me. I'd love to hear from you all out there in radio land and on the internet. So
I also heard that there is a chance that we might see each other in person the weekend of the 5th and 6th. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that yet because
State committee in person.
Is that June?
I heard.
I thought it was the 14th. I'd heard.
Oh, I
heard.
heard.
So I got the state committee letter. It's
Oh,
supposed
you
to be.
did? I heard it was the 5th and 6th. I don't get that.
Let me look at the calendar first.
I don't
really
get
quick.
that letter. You got me.
But then, yeah. Well, it would be weird because 14th is on a Monday. Let me make sure.
Flag Day, by the way.
Yeah.
I heard it was the 5th and 6th.
I heard I was supposed to get an email, and I haven't gotten one yet. So,
Okay.
But if you are in person, that will be great. I look forward to seeing you at state committee if you're up.
Would you go in person? Do you think it just might?
I'm vaccinated. I'm vaccinated, and I think
Yeah,
it's
I am
time.
too. I'm just
It's time to
thinking
follow the
generally.
science. I would just, as long as I would go and look again with the CDC guidelines, and I would just review it before. I haven't reviewed it for that. I've gone in the grocery store without a mask on. They allow it without a mask on. I still work out at the gym with a mask on. You know, just whatever the organization does, and I'm basically following the employees. I try, if the employees have it on, I'm leaving it on. I don't really mind wearing the mask. I was a medic. I was trained to wear that mask 8 hours. It's a soft mask, not like
right.
N95 mask.
Oh yeah,
So to
no.
me, I'm like, this mask is not.
N95s are. Oh gosh, you know, N95s are rough.
Yeah, I probably will as long as I'll follow the science. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, N95s.
I sound like a real Democratic politician there. I'm going to follow the science.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to really sound like a Democratic politician there.
No, listen, I would love to. I mean, really like to have a and look forward to having a state committee in person again. It's just the I wonder a tiny bit if we're maybe just shouldn't wait till the September one. But yeah, I guess it's, you know, I get it. I mean, we want to get back out there. We need to be in person. But then again, if even half of the people decide not to go because it's too soon, or they're not vaccinated, or they don't think everybody else is, or whatever, I think I could have held this one off maybe to September for an in-person. But I get the sense that we want to get back to actually seeing each other, looking each other in the eyes, bumping elbows, and sharing a coffee and having breakfast together and things like that. I get it. I just wonder if maybe it was a tiny bit too soon. But listen, it is after 9 o'clock. I want to thank you tremendously. We've been talking about getting you onto the program for months, and I'm glad that you finally made it. And before I let you go, let me just remind you of things that the thing that I tell every single guest. Beyond my unending gratitude for you being here, especially making all of this time on a Sunday evening, when we're all back to work tomorrow. You are, I got bad news for you. You're part of the family now, my friend. And the door to this program is always open to you, whether it is in guest form, or you ring up, or you want to give us an update on something that you're working on. If we're having another guest in a different topic and you just got to jump in, I mean, call us. You're part of the family. I very, very, very much hope this will not be your only visit to the program.
Oh, no.
Please come back and see us again.
Absolutely. I'm going to start calling you my other cousin. Other cousin Jeff. That's what it's going to be now from now on. You're my other cousin Jeff. We always see each other so much at state committee. We always hang out.
I know. Well, okay, you're always busy guarding the door there. You big.
Oh yeah,
everybody out. But the issues that you're working on are not going away, and they're important. I mean, you're not going away tomorrow.
I will be back. I'm sure whenever you fill it in, and I can usually. I do things serendipitously too. So as long as I know what we're talking about, as long as we have topics to talk about, I at least prepare in my mind. Most definitely, I'm looking forward. I will be back on here.
Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the visit. I appreciate you. I so much appreciate you being here. I truly do. I think it was important information for our audience to know that they're not alone out there. There's somebody working for them. That they don't have to go through this alone. And hey, who doesn't want to talk about cars?
Right. Who doesn't want to talk about cars?
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much.
It was my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Have a great rest of your evening. We'll talk soon.
Take care.
That's it for us for this week, folks. We're so glad that you could be with us again. That wraps up our episode here for our visit with you for the 23rd of May. Let me again thank all of my guests, Christopher, but also the team from DeSales University, both of which will be, I have no doubt, returning to the program to continue to talk about these really, really important issues. That said, let me get to some of the nuts and bolts. We will, oh, there's one more thing I wanted to mention. This is really important, actually, and I should not have saved it for the very, very end. It is actually coming. It's an event that's happening on, it's a local event. Let me put it that way. If you're listening around the country and around the globe, this is probably not for you. But if you may remember that several months ago, we had what I believe was the entirety of the borough council and the police chief of Upper Darby Township here in Pennsylvania, talking about their decriminalization of small amounts of marijuana. I've stayed in touch with the city council. They're good folks. And they were kind enough to share with me and ask me if I would promote something, and I will do so. On Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, that would be the 25th of May. If you are anywhere in the vicinity of Upper Darby Township, PA, they are having a job fair, a free job fair, no cost. As I see it, I'm looking at it right now. It's 2 hours, and it's on Tuesday. And I don't know why they do everything in military time. But if you go to the Facebook page for, well, I'll share it to that other side of information. You can find it. It's a job fair. If you are anywhere in the vicinity of Upper Darby Township, PA, and you are looking for work, you want a job, a good job, job fair by the township itself in Upper Darby Township. They are having a job fair. I will share the event to that other side of information. You can find it there. In fact, I really should do so right now as we speak before I forget. I'm waiting for my phone to answer so I can do it. I'm trying to share. Just let me share it. Copy. I have to do it that way. I will put it there. I think it's important. I want you to have this information. If you're looking for work, great opportunity to find some job fair in in a virtual one, by the way, as I'm reading. I thought it was in person. 3:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 25, a virtual job fair, Upper Darby Township. So even if you're not in the vicinity, but I would say that the companies, I'm guessing, are probably in the Upper Darby area. So if you live in that area, here's a job fair for you. They asked me to promote it. They asked me to talk about it, and I have done so. And I've shared the link on our home group Facebook page, that other side of information. You can find it there. Please have a look. That said, let me get back to what is going to be happening here. We will not be with you next week. Next week is Labor Day. And I want you to enjoy, or not Labor Day. Did I say Labor Day? Memorial Day. George, Memorial Day. Next weekend is Memorial Day. We will be, George, Kristen, and I, April. I don't know who else is going to be floating through. We're going to be doing a complete redesign and rebuild of this second bedroom into, we're going to be taking away, so to speak, its multi-function, and it will be exclusively a studio, a radio studio. So that's what we're doing next week. It's part of the reason that we will not be with you. So no live program next week. Enjoy the music that will be on hot101.net, and for the Facebook page, we will keep updating it with new stories for you to read, but no live program next week. We will return with you on June 6th, D-Day, June 6th, the anniversary of D-Day. We will return with you on June 6th, live from a brand new studio. We'll post, I'll probably post some videos here on the Facebook page and probably TikTok a little bit to show you the work that we're doing. And it is all to bring you a better program and a better listening and viewing experience. We should be able to have better sound, better lights. It's just a better layout, just everything. George will actually be able to now come and do the program here if he chooses to do so. As we are all vaccinated. It's why we're able to do the studio rebuild. We waited until we were all fully vaccinated. We've been healthy, thank goodness, and now we're vaccinated. So that's what we will be doing next weekend, Memorial Day weekend. So enjoy your long weekend. Please remember why it is Memorial Day. It's not just a day for barbecues and extra sleep, although that's what I'll be doing, at least the extra sleep part, I hope. Let's remember why it's Memorial Day. So that said, let me say goodbye to you for this week. If you have not been vaccinated, please go get vaccinated. That's all I can say. Please go get vaccinated. For everyone who wants to get everything back to normal, but doesn't want to get vaccinated, we can't do one without the other. We need everyone to get vaccinated. Please do so. I hope you will. Be kind to each other. Have conversations. Don't have arguments. Have conversations. And we can start to repair the divides, the deep, deep divides that are in our country. I do believe that to a very arguable extent, there is a cold civil war going on in this country. But we don't have to accept it. We can overcome, we can do better, we can re-sew ourselves together. We are a community, we are a society, we are a nation of neighbors. So let's be neighbors again. For DJ Lex and DJ Earl at hot101.net, thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to be part of this great hot101.net family. To April Riddick, associate technical producer Lynn Dare, my dear friend and technical producer George Dare, for Kristen, and finally for me, Jeff Kennedy. Thank you all very, very much for being here. We had a blast doing the program tonight. It was just a good program. I feel good about it. I hope you enjoyed it. If you've missed any of the program, go to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/thatothersideofinformation, or just scroll here on the Facebook page and you'll find the program. Thanks so much for being there. We will see you in 2 weeks on June 6th. Until then, please take care of yourselves and each other.